Good evening, West Orange, and welcome to our continuing series of West Orange Township Council Budget Workshops live streaming from inside council chambers at 66 Main Street. You are welcome to join us here, but there will be no public comment on Zoom or in person. At this time, I'd like to turn the floor over to our council president.
Thank you, Mr. Fagan. Welcome, everyone, from West Orange to our 12th workshop for the 2025 municipal budget. This one today, August 7th, 2025. I now turn over to Madam Clerk.
This is to inform the general public that this workshop is being held in compliance with Section 5 of the Open Public Meetings Act, Chapter 231, Public Law 1975. The notice for this workshop was emailed to the West Orange Chronicle and the Star Ledger on July 30th, 2025. Councilwoman Castellino, Councilwoman Rudin.
Here.
Councilwoman Scarpa.
Present.
Council President Krakowiak.
Present.
Thank you.
Thank you. Depending on which clock you look at, if you're looking at my laptop, it says we start on time. Look at the real one, it says we may have started a minute or two late. I want to thank everybody for being here so that we're ready to go pretty much on time, and I hope that we can continue to do so going forward. The draft budget from the mayor proposed to raise municipal property taxes about 6.2%. We've knocked that increase to less than 2%, and we're looking for additional efficiencies and savings. If you want to follow along, please go to the Township website, westorange.org. Use the search box in the upper right hand of the page, type in budget, and click on the first result. And you'll see the top item is the budget version dated July 22nd that we'll be working from tonight. And in a little bit, Mr. Detiniak and or Mr. Fagan will take you on a virtual guided tour. Tonight, we're going to begin with the workshop with the Public Works budget, and then continue our discussion on CBAB's preliminary report. That's the Citizens Budget Advisory Board's excellent preliminary report. It's also on the Township website and in some of the Facebook pages, and it's really excellent, and I encourage everyone to take a ride through it. It's not that difficult, but it carries a lot of insight and a lot of data. So if you're looking to understand the budget better, highly recommend it. Some CBAB members have joined us on the dais, or at least one of them has, and we expect others to come a little bit later, and there may be one or two others chiming in from Zoom. We are not taking any public comment, as Mr. Fagan mentioned. If you want to comment or ask questions, please send an email to council@westorange.org, which, despite what you may think, also goes to the mayor and several people in her administration. If you want to send just to the council, send it to one of us and ask for a distribution to each of us. If you need email addresses, search for council on the Township website. Recordings of the workshops are on the Township website. Find them by searching for Video Gallery. Citizens Budget Advisory Board has a seat at the table, and tonight it's Ms. Edie Bear. Bear, not like the Ursine killer of humans, but the paint. Just want to advise everybody, remind them to try to speak into the phone at the highest volume that you feel comfortable doing, especially when the air conditioning is on, to make sure that people in the room can hear you. And if you're a council member or CBAB member on the Zoom, please raise your digital hand so Mr. Fagan can see, and then wait until the chair recognizes you. If you see me pointing or nodding at Mr. Fagan after you raise your hand, that is my acknowledgement that I will call on you as soon as I can. When you're finished, please say so. I think we've settled on thank you. Lastly, I urge everyone to consider time efficiency in their comments and questioning to be sure that what we say is necessary. The faster we carefully go through the budget, the better. 12 budget workshops notwithstanding. And Mr. Detiniak is acting as his, what do you call those tech guys that help you get through life? Help desk.
Help desk. Like a roadie.
Council President, if I just may say, there are several people in the Zoom audience, and they I'm going to ask them if they're a member of the board, the advisory board, to please change the name that you entered the meeting with to your real name so that I could recognize who you are, if that's at all possible. And Mr. Detiniak will momentarily give us a tour of where to find this online. Thank you, Council President.
Perfect timing.
Yes, thank you, Council President. So all of our budget documents live in the finance section. So I'm on the front page. I'm going to go to departments and I'm going to scroll down to finance. And on the left side, we have our budget section. And I'm going to point to two important documents here. The first one is the 2025 Citizens Budget Advisory Board Preliminary Report to the Township Council on the 2025 budget. I believe we're going to look at that after DPW or, okay. So we're going to look at that in a little bit, but we're going to start with the budget document that we've introduced and that we've been working off of these last few meetings. This document can be saved. So if you want to open this up at home, you can save it to your computer, you can print it out, and it is a searchable document. So it recognizes text. If you want to put some keywords in there and search for different items, you can do that as well.
Sounds good. I think we are ready for our first, not sure what correct word to use, but our first department head. Let's just leave it at that.
But I think we were going to finish up on page 78. Or are we going to jump ahead of that? Because we did.
Right.
We finished on 79. We got through some of 79.
Oh, did we finish 78?
We did.
Did we consent on that? Okay.
Yes.
All right.
It was an amendment on 78. And it was a 3-0 vote.
It was a reduction of 5,000?
Correct.
That's, yes.
All right. So can I kind of take the lead on this one?
Let me just pull up the page for those at home. So we are on page 78, 79, excuse me. Public building operations and maintenance. The introduced budget was $1,009,937.63.
And we have Mr. Reynolds from Public Works. That also includes the public buildings sitting here to advise us. Now, I'm happy for whomever should take the lead, because I know that Councilwoman Rudin and Mr. Reynolds have had some discussions since the last workshop, and we're just going to try to get through those proposed changes as efficiently as possible. So, Mr. Detiniak, is it okay for Councilwoman Rudin to sort of take the lead here? Or
Of course, Council President, absolutely.
Okay. So Mr. Reynolds and I have gone through line by line and made adjustments based on what has actually been spent and what has been encumbered and what is anticipated. And this is an area where there are substantial need, because we're talking about servicing all of our buildings. So together we were able to reduce this budget $16,550, which is not a tremendous amount in this huge budget, but this is an accurate reflection of what is needed.
And just for context, I'm looking at the page. You can see the yellow highlight is how much we've already decreased the Public Works budget, if I'm reading this correctly.
So this was an increase.
This was a big increase.
And it was because of the reallocation. It still is a decrease, but it's a reallocation of 10 Rooney, which was $700,000, but it was allocated to the library budget, the outside cap library budget in previous years. We reallocated that and we're showing that correctly in the in-cap public building operations and maintenance section. And then we reduced that from 700,000 to 300,000. So there is a net decrease overall in what we were appropriating to maintain our buildings and grounds. But again, with that reallocation, it looks like an increase. So.
And so Councilwoman Rudin, you said that you and Mr. Reynolds had discussed an appropriate level, and that would be a reduction in this budget for public building operations. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay.
So this is over page 79 and 80. It's a reduction of $16,550.80.
So if we are settled on that number, we can go ahead and either confirm it, or if you want to discuss it further, I don't want to.
I Director Reynolds is fine with it, then the administration is fine with it, and if you want to consent, we can move on.
Can I just ask, please, is this in addition to what was removed Monday?
Yes. Yes, it is.
No. On Monday, we had reduced 29. Is that what you have?
I have,
12.
I have 18,000.
Yeah, I have 18 as well.
So this is the actual number that we're reducing.
Okay, so then do we have to basically amend because it was on consent the other night?
Correct.
Which was the 18,000?
I have the line items.
Janitorial services, service contract, HVAC, miscellaneous repairs, town hall and fire, and rental
And the
Valley
rental.
Road.
Right, and I think after our discussion, Councilwoman Rudin, there's a few more line items there, which we discussed today, where I need that spending. We're only into August right now to get me through December, and I provided quotes for services that are up and coming. And I think that's how we came back to that adjusted number. If I stand corrected, please let me know, Councilwoman.
That's correct.
All right, so
So I'm not sure.
So I think we're gonna have to.
Withdraw and then,
But yes.
okay.
well, hold on. We can. You could make a motion to put back $1,450.
That might be.
And then you get to the number that you wanted. Still have to vote, but oops, sorry.
I can just withdraw it and then,
Okay.
yeah. It's the same thing, right?
Hopefully the math is the same.
Yeah.
So
18,000 minus 16,550. So we're putting back 1,450, right? That's how I understand it.
Yes,
Okay.
we can do that. It's okay.
it might
If
be
you have the
easier.
right.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay.
Okay, so then someone would have to
Okay.
make the motion for that.
So a motion to add back the difference of, can you say that again, what that number is?
$1,450.
Okay. Motion to add back in $1,450
I'll
to
second.
the public building and operations maintenance budget on pages 79 and 80.
Okay,
Good. I'll second it.
Thank you.
thank you.
Right.
Okay.
Any further discussion? Ms. Baer?
Yeah, I remember from the first testimony that there was some not discussion, but suggestion that dog park fees might be increased to pay for some of the maintenance at 10 Rooney. And I just wonder, is that something that should be considered at this time, or is that something to discuss at another time?
Well, that if we decide to do that, even if we decide to do that tonight, it would still take some time to actually effectuate that, because we're gonna have to change an ordinance. We can certainly discuss that now if we're ready to discuss. I'm trying to think back the first time we went through the budget, what we had decided on that issue. But I can't recall what we decided. Is it
I'm done.
So are you saying that right now, the money that is raised from the dog park is going to the health department or to Public Works?
To the best of my memory, it came up during a discussion of mowing and maintaining the property.
Right, that's
So
more
I
work.
I thought it was part of this budget. But
So we really can't dedicate revenues to certain functions. There are instances of that, like with animal control, where the collection of the dog licenses directly go to pay for that service. That's called a dedication by rider. And the state allows for those things because there is uncertainty in what you're going to collect and uncertainty in what you're going to spend. But for an item like this, it would just end up being a miscellaneous revenue. So it's going to go into the revenue pot.
Okay.
It still helps offset taxation because that's the formula is you take your miscellaneous revenues, you take your total appropriations, the difference is what we ask our taxpayers for. But as Council President said, this is like a long way off from having any sort of impact on the budget because you're going to have to do an ordinance and establish a fee, and there's going to be a period of time from when the ordinance is adopted. So, it's a worthwhile conversation to have, but it would just go into the general pot of revenue.
Okay.
So, and I think just if people are wondering, you're supposed to have a license in order to use the park. And I guess the suggestion was that we should perhaps charge more to defray more of the operating costs of it.
Mm-hmm.
Mr. Fagan, did we have a hand up?
No, Council President, I was just getting prepared. I'm sorry.
No problem. So let's plan to bring this up. Perhaps it's too late for the August 12th council meeting, but the second, the one after that is something we should focus on and how we would do this. Maybe we'll add it to the new business and have a discussion and go from there.
And I just want to go over one little point with that. Is it correct that if we do this by resolution, that the fees only last for a year?
So the way that I've always approached resolutions and ordinances is that resolutions, typically are good for 1 year. So if you do move to a model of like what we have now where fees are set by resolution, my recommendation would be to do them on an annual basis. Whereas when you do it via ordinance, it sort of can live on either ad infinitum or to when you've put a specific expiration date on the ordinance. So again, my personal recommendation, I'm not an attorney, would be if you're doing fees by resolution, I would do them every year. I would just start the year off with, I'm not saying you necessarily need to change them. I would just recommend these are the fees by resolution. You do it the first meeting of the year. So.
Would that also mean that if something is being held by resolution right now, that it is no longer in effect? If it
No, I wouldn't say that it expires per se, but again, I'm not a municipal attorney, so
okay,
it's just my own personal opinion.
okay. So I think we just have one more page.
I think so. I just want to get back to what we discussed the last time we came over the signs and posts. So just as of today, when I read another budget report, so we have paid $8,301 towards that. We encumbered $2,873, paid and committed total up to this year, up to this morning, it was $11,174.64.
Which item was
That's
that?
the sign and post one, the one we just talked
Yes,
about.
yes,
right there.
okay.
So I know we wanted to put something back to there because I got a big order coming in.
Yes.
For that, due to new ordinance changes and new signs being ordered. I think we have an excess of over 60 signs coming in with this.
Okay,
next
let's
order.
deal with it when
Just-
we're on that
just-
page.
Okay,
Yeah,
I just
okay.
want to do, I didn't want to
Yeah.
get too far off and say we left and I forgot to make
Right.
notice of that for you, that's all.
Okay, that we still have to move on to page 81.
Page 81 is shade.
We have to do
Oh,
consent. I'm so
sorry, yes.
Yes,
Consent.
consent.
On page
Consent.
80.
Okay, thank you.
Mr.
Council
Reynolds?
President, page 81, shade tree care. The introduced budget was for $395,184.10.
Okay, so,
Councilwoman Rudin, you have also had discussions about this with Mr.
yes.
Reynolds?
Mhm.
So please.
So we have discussed this and agreed to lower the budget $81,383 to a total $81,383. So the total amount is reduced to 308,801. Oh, no, it's 313. That was our first one. It's 313,801.
So, yeah, so for the record and clarity for Mr. Detiniak, can we just tell him how we took
Yes.
those monies away from each one of the line items that we spoke about?
Mhm. Okay, so line item 91 was reduced by $41,033. And line item 200 was reduced by $45,350.
45,000,
Yes,
350?
yes.
So that's 86,000. Not 81,000.
Oh, I think we initially had 86.
We initially
And
had
then
86.
we initially had 86. So then I'm sorry, the second one was changed, 200,000 was changed to 40,350.
Okay.
So those are both substantial cuts on a percentage basis. Is there some reason or some activity that's associated with the reduction? Or is it just that we don't think we're going to spend it this year?
It may be a little bit of both. I think for the contractual tree removal, I think that we discussed with this little bit of reduction, we can concentrate mostly on the top priorities. As far as removals and trimming and pruning, I think we should have enough to get there through us. We settled on a number before and we just made an adjustment to give us back a little bit more. And then with the tree planting, we reduced that by some. Hopefully have a little bit more successful tree planting this time around. Which it will go out to bid next year. We'll encumber everything and put it out for another early spring bid rather. And I just think with a little bit lesser of a budget for that now, a little bit maybe more control on the trees that we plant, that we can oversee them and make sure we get the best possible job possible.
Agreed. And hopefully we can increase it after another
Yeah,
trial
right,
year.
there's so many more trees out there that haven't been planted in years and,
Right.
and I understand the concern with, maybe putting too many in at one time and not having a full gauge about how they're doing, the health of the tree into whatever, although with the performance bond, we are covered to replace any trees that are dying or have failed, so we'll have to take a look at that and get us a little survey going to see where we stand with that.
Mhm.
So we're all good on the numbers, right? Everybody's-
Administration's okay, yeah.
Sounds good. Do we need to add a motion here or can we just do it?
I think you just do consent. We're okay with it.
Okay. Page 81, consent.
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 Thank you.
Page 82, parking facilities. This is rent that we pay to New Jersey Transit. It is what it is. It's it. It's the only way to say it.
Consent on page 82.
Consent.
Thank
This is
you.
a fixed,
Consent.
fixed fee.
Page 83 is the Public Works salaries and wages. It's page 83. and page 84. The total ask is $3,019,385.70.
Okay, so the one thing that we had discussed a bit earlier was so it's a very large overtime budget. Mr. Reynolds, is there any way to tighten this overtime budget going forward?
Last time I spoke with Mr. Detiniak, I think we were probably very comparable to what we should be as far as overtime is concerned with our department. I mean, most of our overtime are callbacks or emergencies. And like I said, we work an 8-hour shift, at least 16 hours out there for our guys to be called back for a tree down, wires down, barricades, a dead deer, whatever the case may be. So it's pretty hard to tighten down. Those services will go unrecognized and not taken care of when they're called upon. So I think where we're at with that budget reflects on what we do, whether it's 1 o'clock, 2 o'clock, or 3 o'clock in the morning under any circumstances and weather conditions. So I think we're good with that.
Would the overtime be reduced if you had more staff?
No, it'll probably go up more. I have
Okay.
more staff. I can't hire somebody to say, come on in, but I can't give you overtime.
So these are all emergencies that you're saying?
A lot, yeah, a lot of callbacks. And like I said, for sewers and trees and everything else, it's not something I can say, listen, I'll go look at it in the morning.
And the Public Works people also support virtually all of the events that we put on.
Yes, we do.
As a township, so unless that changes.
And then we have snow plowing, which obviously, big storms, we're running crews 24/7.
Yeah, but if we get something big, we're 24/7. We leave into removal, then, even worse.
So the
Days on.
the difference between Public Works OT and like a public safety OT is, we're not generating OT because of minimal staffing with DPW. So as Director Reynolds says, it's really for the emergency callbacks. It's for the snow removal. It's for the events. If someone calls out sick, there's just simply one less individual
Right. We don't
on the crew that day.
We don't have 3 shifts that, overlap and have somebody in. We don't pull back anybody who's out. We just make do.
Okay.
Any other discussion? We want to do consent on page 83 and 84. Consent?
Consent.
Consent.
Thank you.
Now we'll move to page 85, salt, chloride, and plowing.
So, Mr. Reynolds and I have spoken about this. It's a very large budget, but at this point, this is what he anticipates spending. He does not have enough salt capacity right now and has to buy quite a lot. It's very expensive and the price has gone up. And he has heard our request not to have any emergency purchases so that we can avoid that expense next year.
Right, and I think I filled you in on how that all went about, so that's pretty much understandable. That's not a common practice, but unfortunately, sometimes in those situations that I was in prior years, before this, we were in those positions a few times too. Like I said, if I know I have to pay a nickel for something, I don't want to pay a dime, but sometimes I'm forced to. And it was very minimal for both locations. It was 200 tons to each location. To get us through the holiday week, we had a snowstorm December 20th, which was a Saturday. Can't place an order to our supplier or the trucking company until the Monday. So happens that Monday was that holiday week and supplier wasn't there, or neither was the trucking company. I had 4 other storms predicted that week through our WeatherWorks reports. So I figured I have to make a decision, do the emergency service, get the salt that we needed. The last storm that we had through that projected week was on December 27th, and I finally received my salt on December 31st.
And we do stockpile salt. But
We stockpile salt, so
we can only hold so much.
right. We can only hold so much. We can only, we're limited down below at 25 Lakeside Avenue as opposed to 590 Mount Pleasant. 2 locations definitely needed, obviously, because of the way the town is split, and I have routes and snow plows down the bottom of the hill as we do up the hill. So, be nice if we could find another place for another salt shed sometime soon.
And we also provide salt for.
Yes, we
for
provide
Lawrence
salt
Park.
for all of our trucks, for the contractors, we provide salt for the Board of Education and
Yeah.
also for the lawn park.
Does the Board of Education pay us back?
No, we do that as a shared service, like when we need things from them, and they don't take much. They have two small trucks that come in. Usually they have a contractor that does their plowing and salting. Certain circumstances and certain situations, something happens overnight that they're not prepared to call the contractor because the contractor will only come out over X amount of inches, plow it and then salt. They'll send two of their trucks down just to take care of their parking lots and driveways for the day so school can be open.
Ms. Baer.
I had a question come in from another CBAB member. Does the township also hire outside contractor for snow removal?
For snow removal? Yes. Yes, we hire for snow plowing and for snow removal. And believe me,
Councilman Rudin, I may have stepped on you. You had the floor and I.
No,
Okay,
it's
sorry
good.
about that.
That's fine. No problem.
Yes,
So,
there are annual contracts that are competitively bid.
I assume that's more cost effective than having our own guys do it.
well, first, we don't have as many people as we'd like to have, and the equipment we don't have. We don't have enough
Trucks.
equipment. This town, if you're from the town, you know anything about the town, is all hills. The geographics of this town are killer, and it's a lot to maintain and take care of. So the coverage which we came to find over the years is much more effective, much more efficient, and much more needed.
And there's certain routes, so we bid it out
Yes.
by the routes.
Thank you.
Okay, do we have consent on page 85?
Yes.
Consent.
Consent.
Thank you.
Page 86, street cleaning and drainage.
So we didn't get a chance to talk about this time, but last time we had talked about this, 70 Dredging Brook. I believe that 0 has been spent to date.
0 has been spent to date.
Okay,
I have quotes with me now
for how much?
for 2 of our locations to be cleaned. I have more than 2 locations, but I didn't know how to go about this, if the budget was passed to spend the money. So with the 2 quotes I have right now for 2 different locations are just under 30,000.
Okay. And are you planning on doing any more dredging this year?
If I could with the budget, I will.
Is it needed?
Yes, it's needed. Yes, we've had multiple complaints about one area, George Street, in concern. One of the concerns, I think Council President is aware of that, and we're trying to set our sights on to have that taken care of. And we also have an area in Llewellyn Park where we're on the head wall and the grate over there. That's the only thing that we worry about for drainage in Llewellyn Park. That's our responsibility. If we don't get in there to clean it at least twice a year, the people behind them in the neighborhood of Park Drive North or South, they get flooded.
Okay, do you need this entire budget?
The 50,000? Yes, I do.
Okay, we haven't gone through this one, I'm sorry. So, safety gear?
Safety gear is always needed.
Right, but I think you've spent 0?
We're on which line? I'm sorry.
110.
You have some safety gear. So the paid or charged, we have $2,400 actually spent on safety gear. Yeah.
Okay. Next, 111 brooms.
Brooms, yes. They are not your street brooms that you push by hand. So there are for our mechanical sweepers. They take 2 side brooms and a back gutter, 2 gutter brooms and a back broom. And they're always needed because a lot of sweeping, 100 lane miles that we sweep throughout the town, and then more so throughout leaf season.
Is this the real cost?
So we've spent $3,400 so far. Yeah.
Okay. All right, I know the next one has been
And
spent.
they have to be replaced pretty regularly. You probably see these.
Yeah, you don't get a really long shelf life
the
out of them,
bills, yeah.
especially with the sweeping that we do.
Okay, and street cleaning. 0 spent. What is that budget for?
Now, like we said, when we were back in June, that some of these line items, how they're specific to their wording, we're like, okay, street cleaning. So this whole thing pertains to street cleaning in itself. So like, nobody dares to touch it because they're like, what do we use it for? So I mean, if it's incorporated in this budget for street cleaning and drainage, I mean, I could probably use it for any one of these other line items if needed.
Okay, because that you're going to fill in on some of the others that have
If I have to,
already gone
safety gear
over.
comes up or anything else comes up. Now, safety gear, what I mean by safety gear, I'm not just talking about hats, gloves, vests, and that thing. I'm talking about cones, barricades, caution tape, parking sign, emergency no parking signs.
And do you constantly need to replenish that? You don't have
The
enough?
cones?
Yeah.
I could put 10 cones out here tomorrow. Today, they'll be gone tomorrow.
People take them?
Yeah. That's,
What do you do with the traffic cone?
and there's a lot of contractors out there want safety cones. Yeah, so landscaper truck pull up to them and they go back in the trailer with them. So yeah, it's a constant runaround for them.
You should put West Orange all over it.
We do. We have them stamped. We burn in West Orange on it. We spray paint it blue, but
Okay, all right, I move to consent on this page.
Consent.
Consent on page 86.
Thank you. How did we miss this?
this one.
Yeah,
Page 87, street repairs.
yeah. Cold patch on 112. Oh, the advertising budget, have you used that at all? And why would you need that?
Like I said, going back to the old system and just putting down advertising. Maybe back in the day we
Okay.
did, but everything now is electronically and on the
All right,
website and
so
whatever.
that's 0. The stone, line item 111, stone, road oil,
I think
kerosene.
we cut that 5,000 last time.
Mhm.
Gives me 49.89. This is for our stone that we use in stock, 3/4 clean stone, 3/4 dense grade aggregate road stone for our road repairs, excuse me, road jobs, concrete work. So you lay down a sidewalk, you need to put stone as an underlayment.
Have you used any?
As of this year, I haven't
Okay.
ordered any, but I do need to make an order for it.
Okay. Cold patch.
Cold patch, winter mix, what we use when the plant closes for the hot mix. To get us through the winter and back to when the plant reopens again. It's a temporary mix for potholes.
Mm-hmm. But are you doing this repair? I thought we hire people to do this.
No, that's in-house repairs. We hire people to do the road improvements in those jobs in their entirety.
Mm-hmm.
We do the patching and the maintenance of the roads that aren't being paved or haven't been paved in a while.
Mm-hmm. Okay. And this is the amount you feel you need?
For the cold patch?
Yes.
Yeah, you know what? Cold patch is probably is more expensive than the hot mix.
Okay, let's go on to 114, equipment curb drain restoration. That's a big ask.
That's a big ask, and we see that we put out, that actually comes from all our catch basin blocks and bricks, concrete and all that stuff for all those repairs. And
What has been spent?
See, this is what we have spent, we have covered. So 6,100.
60, okay.
6,500, excuse me.
Can you reduce that to 13,000? We're almost at the end of the year.
I'm just trying to think what I have up and coming, as far as my list of to-dos and everything else, so
Are you gonna need it for when you clean the brooks?
I won't need it for the Brooks, no,
Oh,
no.
okay.
Yeah, I think we could take that down a little bit.
Okay, so reduce that 5. And street resurfacing. I know you've come down a little, but how much has been spent to date?
A little over $7,000, $7,200.
Okay, and you have 17,000 left. That's a lot.
That is a lot, that's for our hot mix material. which I have a detail tomorrow to do with that, and then all the way up until the time we go on leaves, we'll be using hot mix material, so I don't know what the price is right now for it per ton. But
Can you bring it down another 5 this year?
We're also renting some equipment from here.
out of this for which,
Yeah.
oh, yeah,
Her
yeah,
rental.
for her, right. Yeah, so that's gonna be ongoing also there.
Yeah, it's $700 a month.
Right. So with that being said, 700 a month being only in August and moved to December, I think 5 may be a little bit too much to pull out of there.
700 a month for how many months?
Well, we still have to go from now to the end of the year, and these are the lights, correct?
Oh, those are the,
These are the lights that are up by the
Yeah, that-
library here.
do we really need that?
Generator.
700 a month?
Lights, there's 4 of them
Yeah,
or 6 of them? 4 of them.
those 4 up there, yeah.
Do we need 4?
Yeah, it's a big lot. It's a big lot. I had people trip there during the day. Imagine that night if I don't have enough lighting.
What times does library close?
I don't know what his hours are. I believe sometimes he's there until 9 PM at least. And these rental equipment for lights, they're on timers, so they come on.
Is there any better way that we can be doing this? Putting lights attached to the building and lighting outside the building?
The lights, I don't think you could cast light from the building
Right to the park.
far enough into the parking area, because these are like freestanding.
Trailers.
Generator.
Generator trailer.
Is it diesel they run on?
Yes,
Yeah,
they're
diesel
terrible
gen-
and they're noisy. Why not put posts up there like a regular parking lot?
You'd have to run
You'd have
new
to run
electrical,
conduit
yeah.
underground. Yeah, that's a big undertaking.
Bigger than spending 700 a month? All the time with no end in sight?
So you would run the conduit, but then you'd want to do a resurfacing program for
Right.
the whole lot.
Mm-hmm.
The lights don't work, so none of the conduit works. I don't know how
Right.
much that would cost.
The parking lot itself has 2 lights, one way down at the end by the pond and one up closer to the building. And that was it for the parking lot from its original days. All the globe lighting around the perimeter of the library is done. I had tests taken with them with conduit on the ground, with breaks and all the conduit, the globe lights don't work. Few lights on the building, a few lights on the roof of the building. That's the only ones that work, but that's not enough to light up the parking lot for safety.
Yeah, the proposed bond ordinance for all of the construction up at 10 Rudy that was voted down earlier this year had a substantial amount of electrical and.
Yes, all the way down from the bottom of the parking lot all the way up to the top and around the whole building. I think there's also some added not landscape lighting, but like the globe lighting around the interior part of the building also.
Do you think that you could work on coming up with another idea?
For lighting?
Yes. I mean, using this,
I don't see any other than portable generators that we're using now without hardwiring everything, which is a big project. You're talking like we said, we have to cut into asphalt and run conduit, run electric, buy the poles.
has an electrician ever evaluated this?
Yeah, in that project, yeah. But the project that went on, it was engineered and architect. There's plans for it, but I understand that we may not be moving with that sooner or later, but that is the ultimate fix for it.
I'm done.
Ms. Baird.
Have solar lights been considered?
I don't think there's enough solar light up there I don't think solar lights can handle what we need to light up there. And I don't think they cast enough of a light to make it safe up there. And I don't know anything, solar lighting is probably going to be put on a pole somewhere. And that's going to take installation and everything else to put into the asphalt or the concrete or around the building.
You could get those solar lights that you put into the ground and line all the way around the property. And they do actually light up.
And somebody will walk away with them too.
They might,
I put
but
them
you
up.
have
I
you
put
have a
them up
camera
at
there, don't you?
There's cameras up there, but there was cameras up there when the library project was going on. It didn't stop somebody from coming inside and robbing the copper.
Okay, well, continue to think about that one, because this is not a good solution, and burning diesel in our public areas doesn't seem like a sensible environmental move. How long? will
Although with the close proximity of 280 there, and probably every third vehicle is a diesel vehicle driving by, either a trailer or a dump truck, you're still getting a lot of that.
That's true, but we're adding to it by having them there.
I think a lot less with the lights than the traffic.
The cost is 700 no matter how much they're used, right?
Right.
And then we have another electric bill on top of that, or?
No.
But they're just burning diesel.
Yes.
And who's putting the diesel in them?
We are, Township.
We're paying for the diesel too.
Yes.
Do you not have any idea how much that is?
Whatever per gallon for diesel is at this month through our co-op, that's what it is.
So, yeah, we would,
And they're small tanks. It's not like they're 50-gallon.
There's no other way to do this without doing diesel burning?
I think these generators are made that way because when you run an engine that long.
they run a long
They run a
time.
long time,
Yeah.
right? The diesel burns at a slower rate. And you're able to keep the engine running for a longer time without having the gas engine either warp the engine, overheat.
Okay,
I-
well,
Yeah, it doesn't sound like we're going to fix this.
So
at our
let's move
hearing
on.
today. Yes.
Yeah.
And you guys continue to talk, and if any other council person wants to get in, that's fine too.
right, or if anybody hearing this has any other solution to this problem, let us know.
So
Okay,
on this page 87,
so
we're
uh,
done with this except for the $5,000 reduction on line item 111.
well, I'm still gonna try and see if this can be brought down a little. You said 5 was too much. Can you bring it down 4
On which one, which line?
or 200?
On the street resurfacing? So we've already brought it down 4,800, correct?
You,
Prior to
Yes.
this? Yes. And you want an additional 4 from it?
yes,
Okay.
okay.
We did bring down this line item 5,000, just make you aware.
From the curb restoration. Right?
Yeah.
Curb and drainage restoration. Okay.
Just, you're okay with the both?
Well, the street resurfacing, I think we're okay with because we'll continue services with hot mix up until, November till we switch the leaves. Then we switch over to cold patching for now. The curb and stone drainage and restoration for curb. We got a few more repairs left with that. I think we have enough block to get through there right now. So I think I could sacrifice that for this year, but going back next year when I have a full season to go into.
Mm-hmm. Okay, thank you. All right, so I make a motion to reduce this budget by 9,000.
I'll second.
Okay.
Any further discussion? Madam Clerk?
Councilwoman Rudin,
Yes,
Councilwoman Scarpa,
Yes,
Council President Krokoviac,
Yeah.
the motion carries.
okay, now we're at the signs and posts.
Okay.
On page 88,
Page 88, street services and traffic. The budget is 16,500.
what has been spent is 5,428, and I believe that there's an order for something else.
There is, but as of today, we have paid and charged $8,301, encumbered $2,873, paid and committed total $11,174.64.
Do you anticipate anything more beyond that?
I do. Well, these orders are coming from the engineering department. Street studies and surveys have been done. These orders have been in place multiple times this year that are above any usual stock that we use to replace signs with. So these are more additional signs needed and being put up either for the ordinance that were changed for parking regulations, the ordinance that were changed from a 25-mile-an-hour speed zone on Gregory to 20.
Okay. So no wiggle room?
I don't think right now. Like I said, we have a big order coming in now. I don't know what's anticipated after that, but I'm sure there is. And it's, it's not, we don't stop signs and anything else like that because we'll keep going if there's an emergency. I mean, even what's out there now with the stock, I get a knockdown stop sign, there's an accident, they take down speed limit signs, pedestrian crossing signs, whatever. They all have to be replaced though.
Okay. All right, so I move to consent for this page.
Consent,
Page 88, consent? I think
Yes.
that's-
Next page is page 89, sanitation and pumping services.
I think
We did this one.
we talked about this.
Yeah.
Did we do consent on this? There was a discussion last time about reducing the licensing fee at the compost facility.
That's by the state, correct? Matt?
The amount is $4,535. Is that correct for the licensing
Licensing
fee?
fee for the compost facility?
Yes.
Well, I have a budget modification here that indicates 395614. We haven't paid or charged or encumbered anything year to date, but I'm sure that's the way it's been billed and how it gets billed out from the state to us.
Okay.
I'm sure the state's not gonna miss their askings.
Okay, and nothing has been paid to date?
You see it?
No, I have a note that it's $3,000 for the year.
Okay, that's what I had
Yeah.
from you too. So can we reduce it $4,535.32? Because that's just a fee.
Yeah, that's
Okay.
the licensing fee, so I can't argue with you on that.
Okay.
So what's that number again, Councilwoman, please?
It's a reduction of $4,535.52. The porta potties, we've spent 615 out of a $1,500 budget. And these are used for St. Patrick's Day?
They're used for the events, yeah.
Okay, so are there any other events this year that you needed for?
I don't know.
And do you hold on to this whole year? You rent it and then return it, or you have
Yeah,
it for the year?
It's $1,500 for the year.
Right.
Are you moving these around to different locations?
No, they're used for the event and then picked up again.
And then do we pay 1,500 for the entire, like as many times as we want to use it?
I think that's what.
Yeah, so we paid, the first payment we made was $615.04, and we have a remaining payment of $884.96.
84?
$884.96.
Why do we have a remaining payment?
I guess that's the contract.
Right,
I
right.
don't know.
I
The contract was encumbered for $1,500.
I know it was encumbered, but are we really using it?
Well, it's only encumbered when you're certain that you're going to have to pay it.
Yeah,
That's-
there has to
necessarily.
be an invoice or a proposal or something,
Yeah.
because they wouldn't have encumbered it for 1,500 otherwise.
Okay, so then I'm going to make a motion on this page, page 89, to reduce $4,535.52.
I'll second it.
Further discussion?
It's from the compost fee for the facility, because it's $3,000 this year. I already have the number.
Okay.
Administration is good on this? Motion?
Yes.
Madam Clerk?
Councilwoman Rudin,
Yes.
Councilwoman Scarpa,
Yes,
Council President Krokoviac.
Yes,
The motion carries.
thank you.
Next page is Central Automotive, page 90. The introduced budget was for $770,394.49.
And that was a reduction from the previous year.
Yes.
Budgeted.
Yes.
For 2024
Mhm.
of 20.56%.
What page? 90?
Page
Yes,
90,
page 90.
yes, Central Automotive, yeah.
Council President?
Oh, big pardon.
CBAB was interested in a little bit more detail on the $600,000 auto parts item, number 151. Could you tell us what that includes, reflects?
Lou, you want to talk about it?
And also the increase
Oh.
from spent last year too, probably be of interest.
So the auto parts
Yeah.
is basically all of the
Everything.
service as well.
Right. All parts needed and services.
Yeah, it's not just we're buying oil filters, it's, we're rebuilding a truck engine. So it's all the repairs as well.
Okay, so that is a very large number. I know you've spent 27,000 to date. Is that right? And you've encumbered 317,000?
For auto parts?
Yes, for
Um,
151 auto parts.
No, auto,
So what I have for auto parts, paid or charged,
gotta be way more than that.
186.
Yeah.
258.38 encumbered, 131, 114.26. Paid and committed, 317, 372.64.
When you go out to repair vehicles, is this competitively done, or do you use the same?
All through co-ops, yep, all through co-ops. We have certain co-ops that handle heavy duty trucks, light duty trucks. We have a co-op for our buses to be handled. Enterprise handles our light duty vehicles. That means all the municipal vehicles, the SUVs that they have, the police department's cars. And our vehicles from a pickup up to a 450 go through Enterprise.
You want her to do it? This was on the German budget differently.
So the question from CBAB relates to the fact that the original budget was 430,000, and it came back with a $600,000 number. The request changed.
Yeah, I know.
originally
I answered this several times when this was brought up. I made a mistake, so I put the right number in. So it's been the 600,000 number for months. And then you introduced it at this amount too, so.
Are any of these parts covered by insurance?
No, this is
No?
maintenance.
No, so yeah, maintenance.
Okay, so can you just give me a total of how much has been spent this year? You rattled off a lot of numbers, but I don't have a total.
So actual cash out the door on the auto parts is $196,989.21. And then we have encumbered, because I have the most up to date today. Encumbered right now is $120,417.43. Now, some of that encumbrance might be a blanket with a vendor where we say, we've authorized $10,000 with you. We may have not have brought anything in yet and incurred the liability, but we've authorized $10,000 with you. Some of it may be actual work that, we brought a truck in and somebody said, okay, it's going to be $17,000. So we encumbered the PO and it's not done yet. So we haven't paid them yet. So, that encumbered is a mixture of the two.
Okay, so first of all, why are we giving out blanket, licenses to spend money to anybody?
So the reason that you do that is you want to reserve it on your books. So like with a professional, if we do a not to exceed for $50,000, really we should do, and we do this, we do a blanket that says, okay, we gave ABC company, or we've authorized ABC company $50,000 in work. And we do that so that, we're not promising all these different companies contracts. And then when all the invoices come due, we've overexpended. So we do it internally so that we're not overspending our budgets. And then what would happen would be, we would have the vendor sign the PO for $10,000 and then they still have to bill us and we simply pay down on that PO. And then if we need to spend more than $10,000, we got to do a new blanket PO.
How much,
Yep.
how much of the 120 is a blanket?
It's kind of hard to say because I literally have like 25 different vendors here that have blankets. I mean,
Okay,
we have Select Auto for miscellaneous bus repairs. We have $1,200 still left on the blanket. We have Jesco, $210 left on a blanket. But then we have a limbo, which this is DPW 26 transmission repair. This is probably a regular job. Then we have a blanket with Fred's small engine sales, $1,500. Foley, $1,500 for miscellaneous repairs and parts. Champion Tire, Bristol Donald. The list kind of goes on. Timmerman for our sweeper.
okay. So you have a lot that has not been spent that may be spent or may not be spent.
May be spent. And then
So-
at the end of the year, what you do is you liquidate your blankets. So you say, all right, we didn't spend it by the end of the year. We're now liquidating the blanket and returning the money back into the account as unencumbered. So we're not telling anybody, like if I give someone a blanket PO for $10,000, I'm not promising them $10,000. I may never call them again and never use them again. They're not going to get $10,000 for nothing. It's only authorizing it from a budgetary perspective.
Okay, so this was one of the key recommendations from CBAB, which, they met together for weeks. And their very strong recommendation was to reduce this a lot, since a lot of this money has not been spent. So I'd like to make a strong suggestion, since some of this has not been spent and you've only spent 196, that you cap this at 450.
That's pretty
That's-
significant.
yeah,
I think that might be too much, but
The further we move along into the winter and the fall, so now all my bigger trucks, heavy duty trucks right now, we'll go out there when you run them hard. They're gonna break down. They're gonna need repairs. My equipment's old. It's not new. I have run 1991 garbage trucks. I run a 1987 plow truck.
Your trucks are old and
They
you
are.
do need to replace them,
They are.
but we just keep patching them. And we should be spending money on getting you new trucks. But if we just keep patching them like this, we're just throwing
Right
good
now, I don't
money
have a
after
choice.
bad.
That's what I have to do. I don't have anything else on my fleet to say, okay, park this one, take another. That's what we have to do. And some of these repairs get more and more expensive with the age of the truck. Either they don't make that piece of equipment. It's got to be
Mhm.
manufactured. It has to be machined. And then it's a long process to wait for it. So I get a snow truck down that's a 1987 and it's out of that route and it needs a piece of whatever it may need, and they don't make it, and it's got to be manufactured. Say goodbye to that truck for the rest of the winter.
Mhm. Okay, I'd like to hear from our board on this.
Well, there are two of us here. One says it's a reasonable request to reduce, and I know it was our first highly recommended recommendation in the report. The report is draft. My personal feeling is that the reason it had such a high priority in our report is that it seemed counterintuitive to have the budget jump from the four whatever to 600,000, but we've just heard from Mr. Titiniak, it was an honest error. They need the money. I feel uncomfortable because I don't think that the CBAB is speaking with one voice here. We're hearing very strongly from the department director that he needs this money, and from the council person that we really need new equipment, and these repairs are expensive. So,
and we are upwards of 150 or better in the fleet that we maintain. So it's not just DPW, the fire engines, the pumper trucks, the ladder trucks, whatever. They need to go to a special vendor who deals with that specific piece of equipment with pumps and ladders and everything else for all kinds of reasons. Just because they're specialists in that, the safety checks, everything that has to be maintained according to that.
And our police vehicles are included
Yeah.
in here too.
Yeah, everything. I said,
Yeah.
we're either up to 100 or over 150 vehicles that we maintain.
And as Director Reynolds said too, West Orange is hilly. Like,
Yeah,
it
yeah.
wears the vehicles out.
Right.
Brakes,
You have the police
tires.
force. They're 24/7. Their cars are just constantly running. So, and with the hills, tires, brakes,
Cooling,
cooling, yes.
transmissions, it's,
What about repairs for township cars that are used by employees? Do we pay for repairs for those cars too?
yeah, anything in the fleet. Yeah.
Okay, so can you break that out?
I mean, so we could break out the repairs for any vehicle. So especially those that are in that enterprise, the vendors, Enterprise FM Trust. So Enterprise is running like a fleet management for not every vehicle that we have.
Just pickups up to like a 450.
Yeah.
And the police car.
And the police cars. So Enterprise, what they do, not only did they source the vehicles for us, which is advantageous because it's difficult to get police vehicles just going through the state contract vendors, or even if you can get a co-op in Pennsylvania or something like that. So they can source them from throughout the nation, but they manage the maintenance and repairs, and then they can track it by vehicle, and they can tell us, okay, here's the gas mileage for, radio car 001, and you've spent $4,893 on repairs, and it's got 60,000 miles. Now's the time to get rid of it, sell it, and put it into,
Okay,
a new
so-
vehicle repair. So long story short, yes, we can provide the maintenance on any one of our vehicles, especially those that are in the
Okay.
enterprise
So
fleet
I
management.
definitely want that. And I'd also like to know when, you mentioned today that there were two vehicles in accidents.
Yeah, I got to the garage this morning and I was there and they were fueling up, doing what they had to do. 15 minutes later, they came back, somebody sideswiped the car.
Okay, so is that covered by our insurance?
That would be covered by insurance based on the amount of the repair and our deductible.
Yeah, we have somewhat high deductibles.
Right.
So, a lot of times we're going to be paying out of pocket. Unless it's totaled or, it's a really expensive vehicle. And
Councilwoman Rudin, if you don't
Thank you.
need the floor, okay, yes, if you just do a thank you.
So I'd like to amend my reaction from before because my numbers, I had double counted some numbers. So it looks like we've had 186 out the door and we have
196.
196. Okay, my numbers are wrong again. And 120 encumbered. So that's 316,000 against a request for 600,000 with how many months left in the year. So again, the CBAB thinks that is a lot. That perhaps that is a line item where we know we have a lot of repairs, but we're more than halfway through the year and we're just about at half of that budget. So again, I would support the notion that we could ask for a reduction, maybe not to the 450, but some reduction in that line item. And while I have the floor, I have another member who's asking, how much would a new truck cost?
It just depends on.
I need a little bit more specific than a new truck, right?
$300,000, it can be $75,000.
Right,
Whatever you
right.
need it for. Ms. Berry, you make a very good point. I just want to follow up on that. You still have the floor, but I just want to say, is there a way for us to track the line item data going back a few years so that we could see, okay, in that line item, we've asked for $600,000. What, if we've asked for $600,000 the last 3 years or whatever the number is, what's the percentage that we use at the end of the year? And of course, everybody knows, at least they should know, we don't lose this money. It's just money that goes into our surplus. We don't lose it. The downside of that, of course, is that it's added to our tax levy. And so I certainly understand the concern, but again, I just wonder if we're not going to be able to get to a number today because we don't have the data. Do we have the data going?
We can supply that, you know, in a separate email going back to 22. Let's pick a number there. We'll send that.
Okay, yeah, because if every year we got within 95% of that, then we know that it's probably pretty sticky. But if it's going up and down, we need to figure out some way to gauge this. Maybe even look at it on a monthly or quarterly basis. You know, during the year, like what most good budgeting processes do.
And I will say too, like, you know, we exist in the high inflationary market as well as anyone else. So, you know, the prices are increasing every year. The cost of the auto parts are going up every single year. Not to mention, you know, you have the tariffs now.
Yeah.
Not that we have a lot of, you know, foreign made parts, but, you know, still, because
Canada does a lot of parts.
Yeah,
that is true. Yeah.
So a few quotes just for knowledge, saying what's going moving forward with a truck to be built for a snow truck. He says, well, here's what it is, and if you place the order today, I can probably get it to you in 18 months. You know, but and there's like $35,000 put on top of the price tag for the tariffs.
So we still have come back, and Ms. Bear, I don't want to take your floor from you, so
I just one other observation, you know, or question or whatever. 388,000 appears to have been spent in 2024, again against the $600,000 request for this year. So, I mean, that's just another reason to think about, you know, maybe 600,000 is too much. Thank you.
thank you. So we're left to make a decision on this line item. As Ms. Bear has pointed out, we're quite a ways from that $600,000 bogey.
Right.
But of course, you're the one that has to try to project what we're going to spend.
Yeah, and usually from this point on to the end of the year, it's much more spending for mechanical because of the snow, because of the leaf season. You know, I think I said this at the June budget meeting. I have a payloader. We were running on the road. Somebody decided to put construction debris in the leaves. We run it over, blows out a tire. The tire is $2,500 in itself to replace, $500 for the road service to take care of. So they're costly items, they're big ticket items, we get it. So I don't want to drastically reduce everything. All I do understand the tax basis, and it goes back to surplus and do whatever. You know, everybody likes a little comfort zone, you know. And that makes us feel more comfortable too moving forward. So, you know, like I said, any given day, something can happen to my fleet. And it does pretty much, you know, or I turn around like today and I look out the door and there's a police car damaged. And then there's something else damaged, you know, like, and we're going back and forth with buses and the way they're running now, the jitneys, they're running full and strong and hard, and it's a great program and do whatever, but with the hills and a lot of travel, it takes a lot out of them. And then this is something that you can't sit there and wait on and say, let me go to this vendor for this price, because all the vendors that we have are co-op or state contract, and they're pretty much based the same amount that they charge you for mechanical work, and for parts you'll get a little bit difference here and there, but to have the luxury to say, I have it, going back to like somewhat of that blanket order or whatever, so you cut down all that in between stuff to get these vehicles on the road for services for our residents as quickly as possible.
Mr. Reynolds, how would you feel about a cut of $100,000? That still gives you plenty of lead from not only last year, but also so far this year.
Not too good. Not too good.
Okay.
Not too
so
good.
So you do think you're going to spend 500 grand this year?
I think it's
600. That's a lot. That's a
of course from June when this came out. What we spent to what we got halfway, what we spent to or to the end of the year. I'm a little bit more comfortable with that. I'm a little bit more comfortable at 50. You know, I'm that guy that now, you know, goes through every night, going through leaf season and snow season and everything else, and they don't sleep or wake until April comes around again, and we don't have to deal with any of that stuff, worrying about what's going to break down next. what's gonna happen next, you know? So when I then I do that, I don't have a replacement for that. Maybe through the automotive budget, somewhere, some way through Herc Rental or another company, I could rent a vehicle for that to get me through the snow season at least. I mean, there's some options I have to look at as backup plans. That may be one of them. So I just try to throw everything together and see what's gonna be the best fix for us moving forward.
So you want to meet in the middle?
Yeah.
75? And if you have to come back to us, we'll authorize. At least I will, at least I'll.
You live on a hill. You live on a hill in the snow. We gotta
You
make
know where I
sure.
live?
He's not gonna, he's not
How
gonna bail
how do
out.
how do your street look every time we plow it?
You're not getting that argument from me. I do not argue about, this is just excellent, excellent street, snow removal.
Yeah,
There's no question about
we
that.
do our
Same way
best.
with the leaves.
We do our best.
There's no complaint about that.
And
We're
and
just
I
trying
think
to-
we've been told that by quite a few other people and quite a few other towns that say, you guys do leaves and snow like nobody else.
Yeah, I would say right at our house, the street incline. up
Yeah,
to the
that's-
top Probably goes up at about 20.
Easily,
20%,
easily.
yeah.
And then try to make it out to Northfield, forget it. Yeah,
Yes,
that's not a
yes.
good call. But
So 75?
So we're comfortable with 50. This budget supports all of the operations of the township, police, fire, our code enforcement, ambulance, our DPW, heavy trucks, light trucks, plow trucks, leaf trucks.
all the municipal vehicles here.
All the municipal vehicles. So, I think Director Reynolds just feel more comfortable with, a cut of 50K. And, I think this is something we could revisit as well in 2026 and maybe look for either capital purchases to replace, our ailing fleet. Or looking at different ways of, shared services for, not auto body work. What do I want to say? Automotive work. Those exist out there. Maybe looking at some different ways to reduce this further, but this year I think we feel like a reduction down to 550,000, which last year was 799,000 in the budget.
But it wasn't spent. It was less than 400 spent, so it's still, I mean, it's eye-popping, the increase. And I know that there's really a need for safe vehicles, but again, I always go back to how much of this is being spent on usage of cars that are being used by employees full-time.
Well, all of only our employees drive the vehicles, so
Yeah,
that is true.
full-time.
We brought up the take-home vehicles. There are take-home vehicles and they are serviced, no doubt about that. But the vast majority of our expenses come from our radio car fleet and our heavy trucks and our sweepers and our buses. The buses are,
Yeah, that's
Are-
costly.
they're constantly needing work, and so I hope you see our side of it.
I certainly do. And we have to rely on you to a significant degree. But I do want to start tracking this more closely as we can, as much as we can, certainly on a quarterly basis, but maybe even on a monthly basis.
Sure.
I know it starts getting susceptible to ups and downs, but
So we'll give you the historical data, and then, I could talk to the BA about, data we get from Enterprise Fleet Management. It's not going to cover every vehicle, but it covers a big portion of the fleet.
Yeah.
And it has some great data, not just on maintenance, but fuel efficiency and all that. So.
any more discussion, Councilman Rudin?
I'd like to hear from the board.
We're gonna stop calling you Ms. Beer. We're gonna start calling you the board.
The board.
I don't want to bend the rules. You're up here because we're eventually going to get to the preliminary report. It's just that.
Had we gotten to the report first, we would have discussed this. So and I would have been speaking about it. Had we gotten to the report, it's one of the 3 items, and I'm receiving messages from other board members who know that I'm sitting here. So what's tricky is I'm happy to share them with Ms. Baer, but
It's a game of telephone. It makes sense to have her speak.
No, it's also, I'm just trying to keep, order in the meeting. That's all. And, we took the move of putting somebody up here so they can engage, but it doesn't seem to make as much sense to have multiple people engaging in this. I'll tell you what, I'll just make the exception now, but I don't want this to be requested going forward. Please.
And Council President, I appreciate that. And I won't speak up again. And in fact, I'm going to remove myself until it's time for the CBAB to sit up here. I was under the false impression that we were all participating, including those who are online, watching online. So I apologize for that. The point that the CBAB member who raised this issue, the point that he is making over and over is that the actual spend was $388,000 last year. The ask is for $600,000. And that absent evidence of the actual spend being more at this point, then the reduction should be down to what was originally proposed, which was $430. Now you've proposed $450, and I heard $500, and I'm saying that something in the middle makes more sense. Something between $388 and the $600 makes more sense. That I think that's really the point that CBAB was trying to make, was that this is an area that should have actual justification in numbers. And the numbers say, as of right now, spend or encumbered is $316. The proposal is 50%, adding in another 50% of that amount for the remainder of the year. And as you say, you're open and available if the spend is more, that they can come back to you.
Right.
So here we are. We can either make an agreement at 50 or some other $50,000 or some other in terms of a cut, or we can either move on or go to a motion. So what's the council's pleasure? Do you want to just accept the $50,000 and look to make much more progress next year? I'm inclined to do that. It's just, to a certain degree, we have to rely on the people who spend this money, who are in the trenches day after day. And if they're telling us that they're concerned that cutting more than $50,000 will be an issue, then maybe we accept it now, but we're going to have a lot more hard data for next year, and we'll try to cut that closer going forward. But I'm only one person on the council, so what's the council's pleasure? You want to take $50,000 as a reduction?
I hate to do this to you, Mr. Reynolds, but I think that because this is such a strong recommendation and we really only got 3 recommendations from the board, and they are all weighing in on this, that we have to do a lot better than 50, and we have to have evidence that you need this. Because right now you have less than 200,000 spent, and you're asking to spend almost another 400,000.
I think we've said everything we need to say. If you don't agree with it, we ask that you make an amendment for the amount that you want. We agreed to $50,000. We think that's a meaningful reduction. And that's it. I think, Mr. Reynolds has justified it enough.
Okay. So you've already heard that if something happens and you need more, to come back. So I'm going to make a motion to reduce this by 100,000.
Councilwoman Rudin, if I may,
Mhm.
Hold on. I think we got a motion. We need to see if it's got a second and then we can move on.
Thank you.
If you can just be a little patient. So Councilwoman
Yeah,
Rubin,
I'd like to hear what Mr. Detiniak has to say.
I just want to be clear. Do you mean come back prior to adoption of the budget or after the budget is adopted?
After the budget is adopted.
Okay, so
Or, I mean, even if you can come back prior, if you can show us more, absolutely show us prior. But right now, I'd like to make that amendment right now. If you can get us more evidence, I think we'd all feel a lot comfortable. And I feel very responsible to the budgetary board that spent so much time, and this was a key recommendation.
the only reason I ask is if we do adopt the budget and then Mr. Reynolds has to come back because we need, and what is essentially an over expenditure, we can't then ask the taxpayers for that money. We've already set the levy. We're going to have to ask them for that money in 2026. It's going to be a deferred charge. That's the only reason I bring it up. So if it's prior to adoption, we can amend it and make sure that it's included in the tax levy. But after the budget is adopted, the deferred charges, we can't get that from the taxpayers till next year. Just want to throw that out there.
because if we pull it out of surplus, we're going to have to replenish the surplus. So it's going to have the same effect next year.
Yeah, I mean, there's really nowhere to pull it from. We can't get the cash because we've already set the levy. And so now you're adding to the budget without actually getting it from the taxpayers. So the state would say, okay, raise it in 2026 as a deferred charge. So, you get that lag in terms of the cash flow. Not that a $50,000 or $100,000 charge is going to bury us with cash flow, but I just want to put it out there.
Okay.
So we have a motion on the floor to reduce this line item by $100,000. Do we have a second?
I'll second it.
Is there any further discussion? Madam Clerk?
Councilwoman Rudin?
Yes.
Councilwoman Scarpa?
Yes.
Council President Krokoviac?
No.
The motion carries.
Thank you.
Okay, page 91. So wait, did we do this? Did we do this with Z?
I think so, possibly.
Oh, we went through this with size. Oh, I guess we never voted on it. I'm sorry. Sewer and pumping stations, page 91.
We had talked about this
Yes, we did.
today,
Thank you.
and I think this needs to stay
Yes.
as is.
Yes, thank you for that.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
So do we have consent on page 91?
Consent.
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 You do need to move the budgets around a little to reflect what it actually
On that,
is.
yes.
Okay.
Sure, yeah, we can make
Okay.
those other changes as well from the previous departments that we voted on for
Great.
the subs.
Okay.
I think that's it for Mr. Rooney,
I think
right?
we've tortured you enough. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
We really appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Reynolds. I know it's difficult.
And you can give us evidence and we can,
Yeah, I mean, listen, I get it. I just don't want to be,
I know you don't want
hanging
to,
out there and saying,
Of
no,
course.
I can't get work done because of this, and this.
Right.
I cut the budget too much, so
right.
I'm gonna be that guy.
Well, we really do understand what you're doing for us and
I
appreciate it.
appreciate that. Thank you.
So now we have another major decision because Mr. Johnson has been sitting there in the back row for some time. And the issue is, do we want to move to the further discussion of the CBAB report, preliminary report, or do we want to take Mr. Johnson? What's everybody's?
What?
I know.
I'd like to hear what's, oh. Can I talk?
Well, you're talking, Councilwoman. So
I'll wait if you want. I would like to hear what CBAB has to say before we, move on, if possible.
Okay, I'm sorry. There's a lot of talking going on in the council chambers. Could you repeat that, please?
Yeah, I'd like to hear what the CBAB has to say before we move on.
The CBAB say about the preliminary report.
Yeah.
The assistant director will defer to the CBAP.
Okay. So let's talk CBAB. Is there the report? Is there anyone online from the CBAB that we need to make sure is brought in on the Zoom discussion?
The only name I recognize, Council President, is Phil Litwinoff. Mr. Charles was on earlier, but he's no longer on. Sometimes that's an indication that that individual may be on their way in. But that's all I see is Mr. Litwinoff.
So can you bring in Mr. Litwinoff when he
Certainly.
raises his hands?
Sure.
Please.
Well, I can bring him in right now and have him ready to go, and then he could raise his hand when when he has something to say, and I will inform you.
Okay, sounds good.
Mr. Litwinoff, welcome to the meeting. As you may have heard me say, if you have something to say, raise your hand and you know the procedure. I will indicate to Council President and he will recognize you.
The public, will you tell me what page you want to go to, or?
Yeah, I think if I remember correctly, at the last meeting, at the last workshop, Ms. Bennett was may have been cut short a little bit. I'm not sure if I remember that correctly. But you were, I'm just looking at my notes. I think the last thing you talked about was, the first thing you talked about was the 3 bullets that you brought up again today. And then there were footnotes regarding compensation. And I'm not sure, did you drain that subject as far as what you wanted to discuss, you know, and
So, Council President, thank you. I was under, I guess, the instruction, and maybe it was a false understanding that we were to just highlight, 1 to 3 items for you in a brief introduction. I thought we would then pivot to receive your questions and provide responses. I thought that had been the plan or the model. I will tell you that I just messaged a couple of the CBAB members to let them know that if they join, they can be promoted to panelists. So you may have others joining who, when they saw that you were hearing from department heads, might have stepped away. So if we can maybe
5-minute.
maybe if we could take 5 minutes, there might be people who do want to be heard from the group. I know when you extended the offer to join by Zoom, several had conflicts with tonight, but wanted to try to participate that way. So I'm sending the messages out as quickly as I can, but I don't know if it would be prudent to take 5 minutes to see if anybody else joins.
Okay, we could take a 5-minute break, or I think we also, the other council members, I don't think got a chance to respond or ask any questions at the last discussion. So maybe that's where we could start, or unless you want to just wait 5 minutes.
Maybe we'll wait so that they can get their members on. Plus, Mr. Charles, I think, is he back?
Council President, I'd like to take this opportunity to just check Mr. Litwinoff's. Phil, can you hear us? Because I had brought him into the meeting, but I also see another individual in the Zoom audience with their hand raised, Cynthia and Phil. I don't know if that's Phil.
We're taking a break.
I'm not sure. Mr. Fagan, can we take the break and you can figure out if you can get in touch with Ms. Litwinoff? Okay, so we'll take a 5 minute. We will restart hopefully at 7:41. 5 minutes from now, whatever your clock says. Thank you, everyone.
Cynthia and Phil, can you hear me? Those in the Zoom audience, we are on break and I'm muting the audio feed. Welcome back, and thank you for your patience to those members in the Zoom audience. Somebody has a microphone open. You're gonna have to mute that.
Sorry.
That's okay. Is that what I sound like?
Yes, it's you.
Okay, we are ready to continue. I turn the floor over to Council President.
Thank you, Mr. Fagan.
You're still.
Here you go, Phil.
You have them disconnect from the Zoom. Jesus,
You can just turn it off.
I'm trying to.
So Ms. Bennett had the great idea of letting Ms. Bear start us off because she was not present at the previous workshop and didn't get a chance to give her one or two most important points. So we'll start with that, and then I'm hoping we'll get some questions from the council members. Ms. Bear.
Thank you, Mr. President. And thank you to the council and thank you to the board who, one after the other were so eloquent on Monday night and really did highlight a lot of our recommendations. We have a lot of recommendations in this preliminary report. I'm going to focus on fiscal responsibility. And in that, I'm going to incorporate planning, debt, capital plan, and fund balance. So in terms of planning, the town needs to prioritize what services it wants to provide to the town. We've had some discussion, or there have been some comments about differentiating between services that are mandated or required and other services that are nice to have, but might be too expensive for us to afford now. So the first part of planning is to determine what the priorities of the town are. Then I want to move on to debt. So we have a lot of debt. 11% of our 2024 budget was comprised of debt service, or debt service comprised 11% of our budget. We need to reduce the debt. Now, it's not as easy as all that. There are a couple of ways to reduce debt. You can pay it. That seems counterintuitive when we're trying to reduce the operating budget. We might get a grant or two that can be used to reduce the debt. If interest rates fall or are lowered, we might be able to refund some of our debt at a lower rate of interest, thereby reducing the pressure on the budget. And last, we could set a policy for ourselves that says we will not borrow more than we're paying off in any given year. And over time, that would result in lower debt. Then I want to move to capital planning. We have enormous requirements, needs in this town. We've heard session after session from the department directors about the needs for infrastructure improvements. We just heard from Public Works about how dated our fleet is and how expensive it is to repair them. We need to have a comprehensive capital plan that says this is what we need and this is how we're going to pay for it. And furthermore, I would suggest that we need to have part of our plan be funding a capital budget. Can't happen overnight, but we have included in the report a formula for consideration about how we could fund up such a capital reserve. And that would allow us to pay for capital expenditures without issuing debt. And part of that is that we wouldn't have to pay for emergency appropriations, which are very costly to the town. The last thing I will talk about is fund balance. The current fund balance is about 6% of our operating budget. Our CFO has suggested that 15% is a much better number. If we have that, we'll have more of a reserve to call on for expenditures if we need them. And also, we'll have a better chance of maintaining our AA rating. If our rating slips, our costs of debt will increase. So maintaining that rating is important, and part of that is funding a fund balance. And that concludes my remarks. Thank you.
Great, thank you. All of them great recommendations. I just want to open it up to the other council members who I don't think have had a chance to ask questions or follow up. And we don't need to limit it to just what Ms. Baird just talked about. It could be anything in the preliminary report that you wanted to follow up on, get more detail or more explanation. Councilwoman Scarpa?
Yeah, could you just briefly describe the formula for funding the capital budget that you've referenced in the report? I don't remember.
I think that we talked about finding out what the historic amount is that, the last 5 years or so, looking to see how much we've spent on capital expenditures, getting an average of that number, and then taking that average, taking 20% of that and funding it each year going forward, so that in 5 years we would have a roughly appropriately sized capital budget reserve.
Great. Thank you.
Of course, that means delayed gratification. Anyone who has a child understands the conundrum. But again, it's an excellent idea. Councilwoman Rudin?
So would that capital expenditure be a line item in our budget?
It would be a reserve, and I'll defer to the CFO about how that appears in a municipal budget.
So if you're putting cash to something, doing a pay as you go, you reserve it in the capital section, the outside cap of the budget, usually with some sort of description as to what it goes for. And it can be as general as saying, I have a reserve for street improvements. I have a reserve for equipments and vehicles. Or you can be very specific and say, putting a reserve for a ladder truck. If you want to buy a ladder truck in a few years. And then that money will move to the general capital, where the cash, because it's coming from the operating fund, the cash will sit in the general capital until such time as the ordinance is passed to spend against the reserve for whatever the project is. So, it's a pay as you go formula. So that's how you would do it.
So that reserve is what maybe the federal government calls the emergency fund?
It's not so much an emergency fund, because you have to give a reason for it. So it couldn't just be for anything. You would have to reserve it for, I don't want to say a specific purpose, but at least a general purpose. So if you reserve money for street improvements, you can't then say, all right, I'm going to buy a snowplow out of there.
Okay. Do we have any funds for an emergency?
We don't really reserve, like, do a pay as you go for an emergency. The emergency would come from existing capital ordinances. So, it's probably been built in over the years when they do a capital ordinance. Maybe you do an ordinance for sewer repairs and you put $1 million in there, and some of it is for projects you intend to do, and some of it is for when something breaks. So, you can do that.
Okay, thank you.
And we have another gentleman, Mr. Litvinov, please go ahead.
I didn't want to interrupt you, Council President,
No, please.
and I apologize for my late appearance. I was trying to watch and participate on Zoom, but unfortunately, as another individual had said a few weeks ago, our technology is kind of lacking. And I could not be heard when Mr. Fagan tried to ask me if I was on. So I said, since I'm only about a half mile away, I'll drive down the first mountain and come down here to appear. So I don't have it prepared comments either on it, but my general reaction is when I listen to the gentleman who heads up Department of Public Works, and he talked about the fleet. And I'm sitting there, and because I am a CPA and a former CFO in the C-suite of many corporations, where we have to deal with this, including Hertz, which is a fleet operation. And I listened to what happened with the fleet, and I'm saying to myself, this doesn't make any sense. And it's not an issue that was created this year by this current administration. This was an issue that's been created by the township over a number of years without any regard to updating its fleet. So we now have a situation, as he reported, that the trucks are breaking down. We have, how many did he say who are idle? I forget how many.
150 vehicles.
And it's incredible. And now we're faced, because of the tariffs are hitting in, it's going to cost a lot more to get this back up. We cannot fix this in 1 year. And I'm not trying to say that we have any responsibility to, but we need to, in the process of doing a comprehensive budget, build a system where we start to rotate this fleet. We should have been purchasing X number, and I'm not the expert in the fleet. We should have been purchasing X number of units every single year. And if we haven't, then we got to start to bite that bullet, unfortunately now, with this year's budget, because there's no more time to let it sit. There's a number of other areas within this budget that I think need to be dealt with. I think this council, and I got to, isolate, and point out, Councilwoman Rudin, with pointing out a lot of the waste and things that have not been spent. We need to get tough and start to say, if we haven't spent it before, we can't afford to spend it this year. We have bigger priorities to deal with. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Litvinov. I was just throwing another hurdle into the whole issue of debt, which is that our debt over, I think, the next 3 years is actually the debt service requirements, the minimum debt service requirements are actually going to be going up slightly over the next, I think it's 3 years. So once we get past that, we will have a significant decline over our minimum debt service costs, which will free up a lot of money that we're spending now on debt service. It will free us up to pay down some of this, debt. But of course, it's 3 years away.
Thank you, Council President. So I just wanted to follow up on something that both Ms. Baer and Mr. Litvinov raised, and just, I guess, continue the conversation around the fleet. I understand that the forfeiture funds have been used to purchase a brand new vehicle for the police chief. The police chief who is no longer showing up to work. And those forfeiture funds, if the car parts line item is for all vehicles in the fleet, police cars as well, I wonder how well the forfeiture funds could have spread had they been utilized to improve the fleet. It's that sort of entitling ourselves to the extra and the more, purchasing a vehicle that then needs to be retrofitted with a police package that costs the township money, or the former CFO who returns a vehicle that he was entitled to, but returns it in a condition where it was it needed to be repaired. The idea that the township paid for that repair rather than the bill going to the individual who crashed the vehicle these are the types of fiscal decisions that alarm people in the community. That we can agree to 3% raises at a time when people are shouldering tremendous burden associated with a budget such as this. So if the goal is to be responsible, prudent, good fiduciaries and fiscal stewards, then we should be looking to have actual spend and expert analysis. I don't doubt Mr. Deteniak applies expert analysis to his recommendations. But the idea, and I'm just using car parts as an example, the idea that, and I'll say it one last time, I promise, that our actual spend last year was 388. We're asking for 600, and we can't agree on a number somewhere in between is alarming because we are asking the taxpayer to pay for that extra. And I think that that's a theme, at least for myself, but I know for other members of this board, where we're watching what the recommendations are of this administration in line with some of the spending that occurs, some of the salaries that have been provided to individuals. And it just, it's hypocrisy. I mean, I don't know of any other word to describe it. So I think it's very important that we are looking at the opportunities to be as prudent and as responsible fiduciaries as possible with the taxpayers' money. Many of the just one other thing. Many of the recommendations that you'll see for fiscal year 2025 in this report talk about that. That because you have these salaries that you have to now contend with because they were approved, the raises, that you probably should freeze anything that's not health or safety related. Unless there's a good argument not to, right? There might be a good argument to bring in more police officers to reduce an overtime budget, as the fire chief had expressed. But in many ways, we're in a situation where we should be approaching this as a crisis. I think Councilwoman Scarpa describes it as a budget crisis, and we should be applying crisis-related interventions. I'm done.
Thank you, Ms. Bennett. Anything else from our council members?
Yes, just a quick question. One of the three recommendations, we've dealt with one, we've dealt with two, but there's a third one that we have not dealt with. We tried to reduce the police OT, but that did not get the majority vote. The last recommendation that you have has to do with the IT departments. And we're going to be doing that tonight, I believe. Are we doing that tonight, Mr. Deteniak? The IT departments?
I don't know if we're going to get to it, but.
Okay. So I'd just like you to discuss your recommendation for that. Yes.
I'm sorry, you're not
Thank
looking
you.
at me. Oh, I beg your pardon. Mr. Litwin.
I want to be recognized.
Thank you. Appreciate it. No, thank you.
Well, I've heard enough people and taken a test. Since I'm the person who, as part of our board, brought up the issue of the IT, there are 5 departments involved in the IT budget. And there is not one item of detail listed in any of these 5 departments. It is a total of, and I don't have it with me, roughly $700,000 that was budgeted last year. There we go. Thank you.
676.
676,000. Not all of that money was spent. Roughly 2/3 of it was spent. Yet they came back and they asked for an increase. Yes, a decrease from the prior year-end budget, which is, I guess, a blessing. However, I don't look at it that way. To me, what was not spent should not be asked for in addition for the new year. Without any details at all to support what is being requested, why this money is needed, I would say that the council should not permit it. it's roughly
$95.
$95,000 of an increase they've asked for over what they spent. If you want to be gracious, take away 150,000 of that ask and give them 50,000 of it, and let them still support what it is they think they need. But without any details to support, you have no base to say it's a good number. Thank you.
Thank you.
And I'll just bunch a lot of these recommendations under the bucket or in the bucket of, we have a great deal of opportunity to improve the budget process. And you guys are part of that answer, and you have jumped in with both feet and brought up all of these ideas that we really need to dig into and pursue.
We are trying to help you.
No, I appreciate it. And I'll bet you Mr. Detiniak, who just arrived here in the second half of last year, also appreciates it. But I realize that Mr. Detiniak, this is his budget, for better or worse, but I don't believe that Mr. Detiniak would have this budget process this year if he could possibly avoid it. So this is all being discussed in the best interest of the township, and I don't think I'd get a different from Mr. Detiniak. Councilwoman Scarpa, I'll get you just a second. Okay. I think Mr. Detiniak may want to respond at this point.
Yeah, I just want to echo the sentiment that you said. We appreciate the work of the CBAB and the council, and we're all here for the same goal, and that's to provide the best service at the best price. It sounds like an advertisement for something. I don't know, but it's sometimes it's difficult to hear, but we respect the CBAB, the administration as a whole, and I do as well. And this is an excellent report. And again, if you're at home, I recommend downloading it, printing it out, you can search it. There's a lot of great recommendations, and just what we've talked about today in terms of debt and capital planning, and even I understand looking at the spend last year and having to justify anything more than that makes sense. And we definitely for 2026 are not going to come unprepared, which I will take full responsibility for. I don't think I prepared my departments well enough to defend the budgets, and we'll certainly learn from that. And so again, we're all the same team, all the same purpose, and I'm thankful for the group and everyone here at the dais.
Thank you, Mr. Tiniak. Councilwoman Scarpa.
Yeah, one of the things that I've had a bit of concern about, and I wanted to know if the Citizens Budget Advisory Board has looked into, is the use of consultants, across all departments, IT, planning, engineering. It's an area that I think might be worth looking at, and I was wondering if they had done anything like that at all.
Ms. Bear.
Yes, Councilwoman Scarpa, there are a couple of recommendations or examples within the report, and I can't cite them offhand, where in the discussion, I think you raised the question about whether having a part-time employee might be more cost-effective than hiring a consultant in a particular situation. Again, if you search the report, Mr. Detiniak, for consultants, you might find the examples. I can't remember what they are offhand. Obviously, we use a lot of consultants in this town, and it does warrant looking at what serves the town best.
Okay, great. I'll take a look. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Detiniak, one of the suggestions by Mr. Litwinoff was that we need a program to cycle through all of our vehicles over a period of years in a capital plan. But I think we are already doing some cycling right now.
We, through enterprise fleet management, they're assisting us in that process. And but it's not the entire fleet. You're right. And the heavy trucks, like we brought up a 1987 truck. I think the responsible thing years ago would have said, we get 15, 20 years out of it. Maybe we can sell it and make sure that we put aside the money to buy a new one. Instead of, Band-Aids and bubble gum and all that, keeping it together. But enterprise fleet management is there to assist us with that. Like I said, they track the fuel efficiency, they track the maintenance totals, the mileage, they monitor the market value of the vehicle. And so they'll make recommendations of, hey, let's take these 6 vehicles out and maybe we can get $40,000 for them and roll that into the capital lease, which again is a purchase of some new vehicles. It requires us to inject cash into it, and we do that through a bond ordinance because we are buying the vehicles. So, we wind up having to give them, the remainder of the amount versus what they're going to sell our old fleet on. So we've started that process. They help us with that, but we have not expanded it out, which we should for the heavy vehicles. And but I mean, we can do these things internally and just projecting out. Like again, a 1987 vehicle is not going to last much longer, and we need to have a plan of replacing. And you sort of getting into the pay as you go or the preserving, we can put money aside for the things that we know we're going to need in a couple of years rather than, in 3 years coming to you with a bond ordinance saying like, we need all this right now. So I agree with them on that. And, I know the engineer and Director Reynolds and the chiefs would agree with me on that. So.
I think one of the other improvements that we're going to see if sometime next year, you're planning to roll out a new software application that is actually going to be resident facing.
Yes.
So that they will know a lot easier if they care to where we are in terms of spending against budget and that sort of thing. It'll all be on the websites.
Yeah. So they have some really great KPIs that you can put out there. And they update nightly. I don't think it is a real-time update. I think it updates nightly to the website, but it can give you different spend and all that. But what the system also includes is a really robust fixed asset system, so that we can better track our fixed assets. Because what we have now is, well, we don't really have one now. I'll say that, because the old Munidex had something, this doesn't. And that's important. I mean, you got to know what you have, and not that we depreciate with our form of accounting, but still, you need to have values and salvage values and all that sort of stuff on there. The other thing we've looked at, just because the engineer and I have looked at it, is software for capital project planning and tracking. And that has a really great forward-facing public side of it where, you can see the timeline of a project, the capital spend of a project, the funding. It's really cool stuff. We're going to try to bring it to the council. It's a little pricey, but I still like it, and I'd love everyone to see it, but I don't want to get too off topic. But yes, getting back to Edmonds, because I know transparency is important to everyone at the dais. Maybe not Dina, the council members. It is for Dina. And so we want to deliver on that, and I'm sure CBAB that's an important item for them as well.
Yeah, I think you hit I'm sorry, Mr. Little, did you want to say something?
I didn't want to interrupt you. To Mr. Tinak's comment, I endorse completely everything you just said. But the other side of this thing is that we, as the administration of this township, need to figure out, are we going to listen to what all this good software is telling us
Sure, I get that.
We're gonna say we're gonna spend the money because it's a nice thing to do, but at the end of the day, I know better than the software. And look, from a candid standpoint, as a personal level, I've done the same thing in my life. I've bought software that's going to advise me, and then I said, nah, but I'll buy it. If we're going to buy into the software, and I think everything that Mr. Dutniak said is right on point, then we need to create an atmosphere within this administration that we listen to what this software is telling us to do. And if it says that, say in terms of the fleet, this piece, these items need to be turned over, we pay attention to it. We just say, oh, I know better. Because otherwise we just wasted all the time, effort, and money on the software, and we don't get any value for the township. It's enough said.
Ms. Bennett?
Thank you, Council President. Just another point to that end. It's not software, but it is the League of Municipalities. The League of Municipalities has plenty of great advice that it provides different municipalities. And the municipalities who take that really smart advice, if you look at municipalities that present their budget in a timely manner, you can also bet that municipality is also fiscally healthy. And I know I raised this the last time, but our financial wellness is directly related to how we have approached funding our budget. And if it doesn't change, we'll continue along the track that we're on. I know I raised the footnote last time, and I won't go into great detail, but I will tell you that footnote is really where I'm spending a lot of my time, extending out into different roles and responsibilities and extending beyond just the functions mentioned in the footnote. And I will tell you, even assistant directors in their roles are being paid in excess of what directors in their roles should be paid, or are on average are paid according to the League of Municipalities. It's that sort of guidance, recommendations, advice that software provides, or that the League of Municipality provides, that we should really start to adopt in this community.
I totally agree with you. Looking at these numbers in the budget, it just shocks the conscience how we got to this point. And it's, as you know, compensation is very sticky upwards. It's like when you try to pull it back, it's very, very difficult to do so. But it is clearly an issue that we have here. And unfortunately, it's likely to get a little worse before it starts getting better. And there's a different perspective here on the dais that I hadn't seen in a while. So I look forward to trying to address that issue. I wanted to follow up on something that was said earlier about software, and I wanted to ask if any of the new software that's coming in is going to help us with budgeting. I know you had a really tough time getting the software that you needed to get the budget out, but I just wonder if is that something that's going to help us going forward?
Yeah. So what's nice about the system that we're getting is that number one, internally, I will be able to push budget requests out to all the department heads. So they'll be responsible for their sub accounts. They can, if they want to put attachments to their requests, they can do that. If you have like a big item or something and you want to put a contract into the request, you can do that. It's also going to give them the prior 5 fiscal years. Now, that may be a little bit difficult because we're going to be loading in Munidex data and ZenGov data, but the hope is that we're going to have historical data in there. But as we continue to use it, you're going to get 5 years of spend on that budget form. So you're going to get a package that says, here's the ask, and then this is what they spent in the last 5 years. And that includes, because the software is smart enough to say, that includes what was spent at the end of 12/31 for that fiscal year, and then what was spent against that fiscal year in the next fiscal year. Whereas here, I have to do manual calculations to do that. It just aggregates the two numbers and shows it as the one fiscal year spend. So it's going to be easier for our department heads to make their requests. They can simply sit at their computer and make their requests. And then when you get the document, you're going to have not only the last year spent, but you're going to have a history to it. So, and we could even set it up that you could make your own requests, electronically if you really wanted to. So hopefully it's going to make some more collaboration rather than having to do it all up here.
Yeah, and it all goes together, because if the department heads have current information and have going back, and I don't know if there's a projection function on there too, they can defend this a lot better. And I think everybody who's come up here is now on notice that we need to have a much more disciplined approach to how we budget, and get out all these line items that nobody knows why they're there, or it's never questioned why they're there. So yeah, I think it's going to be a much different process going forward.
I have two questions, and I just want to ask the question, get a response from the board and from Mr. Detiniak, and then ask another question. So you have pointed out in the footnote 3 employees who should not be receiving longevity, but they are receiving longevity. I'd like to understand the process of pulling that back.
So at the time that this was written, we were under the understanding that these were the only non-union, non-contracted employees of the town. And that's why we pulled out these 3 roles. Since then, we've been told that only one of these positions is non-union, non-contract. So, to the extent that anyone is not covered, that an individual is not covered by a union contract and does not have a contract with the township, they serve at will, and salaries and compensation are negotiable. Now, you could have a very good debate about whether you want to lower someone's salary, but there is precedent, and Council President and I have talked about a situation where I actually activated something like this when I was the executive director of the Healthcare Authority, where I actually froze salaries for individuals who were being paid more than their positions called for, strictly because they had worked there so long and had enjoyed the benefit of cost of living plus increases. So one way to address the overpayment, if you see it as an overpayment, is to reduce the salary, to reduce longevity, maybe eliminate longevity for those people who are not covered by contract or union agreement. Or you could freeze their salary and not continue to feed fuel to this fire of being paid more than comparable positions in similar townships.
And what is the process of doing that? Is that something that is done by the administration, or can the council do that?
Mr. Detiniak, I defer to you.
So,
and if you could just speak up a little louder than you normally do, just
Oh,
because
yeah.
the air conditioning is, we actually have people in the audience.
So the governing body is the one who approves the salary ordinance. So you would change the salary ordinance for unrepresented. You can't do it for the unions because we've signed a contract, but you would simply change the salary ordinance.
Okay.
Just a Point of clarification, Council President, if I may.
Speak up a little bit, please, Ms. Matt.
Just a point of clarification. The report that's been submitted, the preliminary report, has that adjustment already included in the report, where we had originally said 3, but it was caught and it was adjusted. So it does not read that way any longer. And these individuals in the footnote that have longevity included is for the purposes of understanding total compensation. Total compensation in comparison to what the League of Municipalities suggests that should be total compensation. So just a point of clarification, because those are not the individuals that are either non-contractual or not represented. Another point, just the pragmatic side of me, and just because I know about this, civil service, I don't know if civil service rules would apply to anyone. I don't know if Mr. Detiniak knows, and I don't know if it's because there's only 3 people or 1 or 2 people. We don't know how many people, but it's a limited number of people that this might impact. It may be wise to just make sure it doesn't happen again, which I think longevity has been taken out of, so that's out of the equation.
Yeah.
But I wonder if you could look at, because there are still people, longevity is a very interesting, and we call it longevity, and I know at least 2 members of the CBAB didn't understand, myself included, that longevity doesn't mean that you get to the max of your salary and then you get an additional amount. Here in this township, with 5 years service, people were receiving longevity payments. 5 years, 10 years, 15 years, 20 years. And so these are multipliers that people were receiving at 5 years employment. And maybe what you can do is, while not denying longevity, reducing the actual percentage.
Who came up with the idea of 10% longevity?
It's like municipal standard. It's yeah, before I was even born. Yeah.
It's always been 10%?
As the max, I've seen.
Oh, as the max.
Yeah, I've seen
Okay, so
12%.
we give the max. All right.
So we the way the program ran was, you're correct. It was like after your 5th year, you went to 2%, and then to 4, then to 6, then to 8. Then you hit 10 when you finished your 24th year. And it was set up really for public safety, so that you hit 10 the year that you could retire with a full retirement. So you hit your max salary, max compensation. We still maintain the program for police and fire. We still have it. It's in the contract. So we still have that longevity program for public safety. But for the unrepresented and the AFSCME, which is the white collar workers, and blue collar DPW, like rank and file, that went away. I don't know exactly when, but that program's gone. It's just they were grandfathered in, these individuals. So I think anybody that has longevity in those groups, they're at the 10% because they have the number of years.
So is there any statute that would prohibit us from reducing that percentage?
I don't know. I'm not an attorney. I don't want to say like there is or there isn't. I don't really know. I know with being a civil service town, you probably would want to consult civil service, or you'd want to consult an attorney before you did anything like that. But back to the idea of like freezing salaries, I mean, you do control the salary ordinance. So if you change the salary ordinance, you effectively would freeze unrepresented salaries. Someone's gonna knife me when I walk out of here.
Yes.
But that's true. I mean, I'm not gonna lie to you about that.
Councilwoman Rudin still has the floor. If she,
No, I think that Mr. Litwinoff has something germane to what I'm talking about.
Please.
Well, I don't know if it's germane or not, because it's my reaction from my experience as a CFO of many, many companies. But I think if I had it to do over again, saying just tongue in cheek, I'd probably would have decided to work in a municipality instead of a for corporation, for profit corporation, because the salaries that the people are making are out. I shouldn't say the word outrageous, but they're way over the scale of what anyone else gets paid. Now, in order to answer the council president's, president's question, what do you do to fix it? That's legal. You need a lawyer to advise you as to what to do. I don't know enough on it. All I'm going to tell you is that we're out of bounds. I mean, to have an employee who gets paid longevity after whatever the number of years and built onto it, there is no for-profit corporation that I am aware of that ever does that. You get paid based on your performance. Some of them are outrageous, I agree, but you get paid based on your performance. And when you stop performing, you're out and it's over and you walk away. So in order to fix this situation that we're in, I do think we need legal counsel in order to figure out how to do it. I have to believe that there is a way to get this back into a realm of sanity. And starting with the longevities and the other, little perks that go along the way, I think step by step it needs to be done. But you need legal counsel on this, and not the current counsel. You need employment,
Labor.
labor lawyers in order to advise you properly on it.
Unconflicted, sorry, Council President, unconflicted attorneys who did not participate in what got us here.
Yes.
So Councilwoman Rudin still has the.
Go ahead. No, this is still pertaining to my first question.
Yes, thank you. So one practical way of addressing the salary or the compensation issue, aside from what my colleagues have just said, is that when there is a turnover and we hire someone new in the same position, we need to right size their compensation.
Wholeheartedly agree. Yes.
Mr. Tinian, I'm sorry, Councilwoman Rudin.
Yeah, go ahead.
I just want to say, in support of all of our employees, not the vast majority of our employees are not these high salaries that we were discussing. And, the township employees work very hard. We feel they're fairly compensated. And that's just the statement I want to make.
Okay.
Just so, again, I don't get knifed by someone. Not that anyone would knife me.
Sorry. So I think we've covered that topic. I wanted to go on to another very strong recommendation from the board, which was that we should be doing a forensic audit. I'd like to hear your thoughts on that. Mr. Litwinoff, since I have the floor,
Yes,
I guess.
thank
Okay.
I don't know who
I got the floor, so.
I kind of made the same comments I'm going to say now earlier this week, is that with the situations that we've been dealing with, we believe as a board that a forensic audit is called for. As everybody knows, PKF.
Connor.
Davies,
Yeah, Connor Davies.
They were no longer rehired. Another firm was hired. When that firm did the 2023
Correct.
audit, they issued as accounting firms generally do, they issue a letter of recommendations to management how to improve. This was a 33-page letter, and it's not Mr. Detiniak's problem. He inherited this when he came on board. But it cited a number of issues and significant issues that happened within the administration of this township over the past several years. I think that what we need, in fact,
Page.
I'm not sure what page it was on.
Page 10 and 11.
Yeah, bottom of page 10.
In H is where we started to address it. And I mean, I reached out because I'm the CPA and I know, accounting firms, and I reached out to other firms. Now, in all honesty, and I didn't say this the other day, in order to certify the financial statements of a township, the auditors have to be a registered municipal accountant, not just a CPA. And there's not a lot of them in that area that will go after this. However, when I started to look into forensic audits, the way this board, this council had asked us to do, what I discovered is that it's a requirement in order to certify the financials, you have to be a registered municipal accountant. You do not have to be an RMA, a registered municipal accountant, to do a forensic audit. And I spoke to a few firms that I've got connections with. And the one that I referenced here, and I'm not going to mention the name, I don't want to bias anything on it, gave me some examples of forensic audits they have been doing in the municipal area. And a number had been tossed out earlier. It could have cost $1 million. Well, nobody, this firm at least was nowhere near that in anyone's, even with the 3-year audit. We're talking about I guess a maximum of about 100 grand. And we talked about the reason to do it and what they were pushing forward to me to consider to bring to the council is that you have to understand, what are you trying to accomplish? Are you trying to do a clawback to go after an individual? They recommend not to do that, because in addition to whatever the cost of the forensic audit would be, you're now going to deal with legal fees. And the potential of clawing back that money, it's not so high on the scale. And as a financial officer, I advise companies all the time. When you have a lawsuit, you got to look at the practicality as to what the dollars are involved and make a decision based on that. However, then we went on and we talked about responsibilities to the readers of the financials, in this case, the township residents.
Mhm.
And do we have a responsibility to show them that we are doing the right things on their behalf? Personally, I believe we do. The third thing is that as part of a forensic audit, which would potentially uncover, improprieties, I'm not going to say illegalities, but improprieties, we also use that as a vehicle to evaluate the internal controls of the entity, namely West Orange. What are we doing? What are we doing right? What are we doing wrong? What should we do better in order to protect the integrity of the financial system and therefore the readers, the township members? So with all that behind us is where we came out as a board and we talked about it, and we were all in agreement that we believe that the town council should agree and endorse doing a forensic audit. Our suggestion, and you can always override it, is to go back 3 years. To go back further, you deal with statute of limitations, you do other things, and it gets very expensive. But I think a 3-year review would do a couple of things. It would give us the opportunity to evaluate, what are we doing right, what are we doing wrong. It would certainly give us the opportunity to support our current CFO and what he needs to do in order to right this ship. And I just believe that's the way we should go. I've said enough.
Ms. Bennett?
So just adding on and not underlining, but I mean, I agree with everything that Mr. Litwinoff just stated. If there were impropriety that rose to the level of criminal, it could easily be referred to authorities. That's number one. So that's, while I agree that you don't do it simply to look for the opportunity to claw back, if there were the potential of improprieties that rose to the level of criminal, you have the opportunity to then refer that to either county or state authorities. I'm going to say this because I don't think it'll be stated otherwise. Mr. Detiniak deserves the benefit of a full stop with the prior CFO. He deserves the benefit of a forensic audit that says what was done correctly and what wasn't, so that when he's trying to unwind something he's inherited, he has the ability to do so with reports and measures that are recommended by neutral third parties. And then just highlighting the internal controls. I don't need to tell you that there are many people in this township that do not trust the administration and how their money is being spent. And if you have the opportunity to provide a roadmap for how to never get into that situation again, it's money well spent. Thank you.
Thank you.
Done?
Yes.
Let me just add my thoughts to this, because I've had this conversation with a few people. I think this is an example or an opportunity, I guess, to build a robust business case that says, here's why we need to spend this money. Here are the knowns, the known problems, but perhaps more importantly, what we can apply going forward. Now, that's part of the issue here, because I suspect that Mr. Detiniak would carry on few, if any, of the practices that were highlighted in the corrective plan. And I'm sure you guys are tired of hearing me say this. I was on the council for 10 years and there were serious problems with the financial reporting and controls of the township, but they were never changed. Now they are changing. I mean, I think if you ask Mr. Detiniak, give us a list of everything that you have changed in controls and processing and responsibilities, it would be a long list. But we now have two people who are new to this situation, the top two people in the CFO's office. And I again suspect you probably will learn a lot about what had happened in a forensic audit, but I'm not sure how much of that would be able to be applied going forward. Now, I may be wrong. But I think if we put together a business case, and when I say we, I'm really talking about Citizens Budget Advisory Board, because you have, a CPA who can really guide you on this. But I would like to see a robust business case that lays out why we need to spend this money, and it would include the research that you showed is relatively not that much money over and above what we had been previously understood to be the range. But so I would like that if I'd have to talk to the council members about how you'd want to proceed on that. But I think it would be a really good exercise to identify what we can find out and see if there's much of an overlap of what we can apply going forward. And we also have the corrective action plan that we didn't even have to pay for, but it was it's quite illuminating. It's quite illuminating. So. Anything else?
Yeah, I'd just like to respond to what you said. I think that the board has spoken very clearly on why we need this. And I don't think that there's necessarily a financial analysis that they can provide us, because a lot of this is, we don't know what we don't know. And when we get this information, we will know where we went wrong, and we will have a very clear analysis of how to correct those. Now, maybe we won't be able to get back the money that we've lost, but maybe we will, by looking at some sinkholes that we have built into our system and closing them up. So my recommendation would be, we've heard from the board, they've spoken unanimously on this, they've put it down. I agree that you like to have more data. I just don't know if they can provide that to us, but I think that they have provided us enough reasons to move forward with baking this in tonight.
Mr. Litwinoff.
All right, so just to add to the comments that we made. I mean, Councilwoman Rudin is right. There is no analysis we can provide you that shows you dollars and cents as to what we think would happen. My recommendation to the council is that if you believe there is any value whatsoever in pursuing this, you permit us to arrange a meeting with at least the one firm who I've been speaking with between the CP, our board, the town council and them, and let them present what they believe would be the reactions. I think Mr. Tiniak needs to be part of that meeting as well. That's the recommendation.
So tonight I'd like to move to make that part of your budget. And go ahead. Thank you. I'm done.
Councilman Scarpa.
Yeah, I very much appreciate Mr. Litwinoff's idea, and I think it's vital that we do that we meet with the firm, with Mr. Detiniak, with all of us, so that we can get a clear understanding of what we might be able to gain from the audit. Thank you.
Anything else?
Nope,
Oh,
I'm done.
I just have something just on a completely different topic. We have some loose spending here in our budget. We see it every other week or when we have a council meeting. People seem to feel free to order on Amazon. Is there some way that we can stop that?
I mean, Amazon is commonly used by municipalities. We encumber the money before we place the order. So you go on and so we're not like ordering and then going back and doing the PO. We do utilize an encumbrance prior to actually placing the order. It's a pretty common thing.
Can we stop that given where we're at? I mean, I see orders for otter boxes. You got an otter box. I got an everybody gets an otter box. I mean,
that's part of the
it's
IT plan for protecting the telephones and the tablets that use the otter boxes.
But you probably also have a protection plan as well, right? Aren't there protection plans that we're also paying for?
I don't believe that they get protection plans when they buy the phones. I think the box is the protection plan.
Is there some way that we can say that there has to be another level of approval for all of this free ordering on Amazon?
I mean, the level of approval is it has to be within the confines of the appropriation line. So, I mean, what you're asking is sort of on the administrative side of things. That would be an internal edict, I guess, to not order Amazon. I don't know, what is the issue, that it's Amazon, or is it just it's too easy to order? I don't understand.
It's just too easy to spend. And I see a lot of small purchases that add up, and people feel, I guess, I don't know, I haven't spoken with them, but that they are entitled to just order what they need without going through some sort of central purchasing and getting approval that we're going to order this amount of paper and we're not going to just order more on Amazon because suddenly we ran out.
So, I mean, their department head would sign off. It's no different than any other PO, because again, just because they order from Amazon, they need a purchase order first. So the department heads do sign off, and the QPA signs off on the requisition prior to making the order.
So the only way we can address that is by tightening the line items or the overall budget, because I see a lot of times you and I have discussed this, that you're trying to put in place a stop if do not exceed.
Right. So we're turning that on all the sub accounts, so that you can't overexpend the sub account anymore. Prior to, the old version was you could overexpend the sub account, you just couldn't overexpend the total budget. But now we're turning it on for the sub accounts. So
I think that,
if you had,
I think this gives us more reason why, if it hasn't been spent, we're going to zero it out, unless there's compelling reason why we shouldn't. I just want to thank you guys and the rest of the board because this has been an amazing help for us. And, hope we can institute as many changes as possible, and we definitely need your help going forward.
So thank you. Would everybody be okay with another 5-minute break, please? Thank you. We will try to get back here at 8:53. I will try.
For those in the Zoom audience, we are taking a break, short 5-minute break, and I am putting the audio feed on mute. Welcome back, West Orange, to the members in the Zoom audience. We have returned from break. At this time, I'd like to turn the floor over to our council president.
Thanks everyone for sticking around. Just want to point out we were only 1 minute late in our return, so I want to say thank you to everybody who has been, I don't know what the word is. Prompt, polite. Anyway, Mr. Dutiniak, we have a new person in the hot seat. Perhaps you could introduce him.
Thank you, Council President. So we have from the Recreation Department, Deputy Director Edwin Johnson. He's going to be here to take us through the next few slides, which, whoops, I just went too far. Sorry. So for everyone at home, we've moved off from the preliminary CBAB report and we're back to the budget document. And we are starting on page 106. This is the salary and wages for recreation. Do we have any questions for the Deputy Director?
Yes, I know you, good evening. I haven't met you before. I'm Joyce.
Oh, good.
I know you spent your overtime.
Mhm.
Is there a reason why the overtime?
So I actually just had a conversation with the Deputy Director about this because I asked him about this and what we've actually figured out is that some of his hourly employees were charged to that line.
Oh.
So we recalced the OT and the actual OT figure because there's only a couple of employees that will even get OT.
Yeah.
Mr. Johnson is exempt along with Mr. Kehoe. So the OT figure is more like let's say like $4,500 year-to-date spend. So that's well within the overtime budget of 15,000.
Okay.
Well, the requested budget of 15,000.
So, what's your need for overtime going forward since you've spent only 1/3 of it?
We still have a few special events left, tree lighting, Halloween, and also a lot of overtime also too is we're also out supporting other events within the township, with the anything with special event permit applications come in for, or just general emergencies where somebody's got to come down, there's a problem somewhere in the park, field, pool, etc. So, we do have a little bit of flexibility there because that number wasn't correct off the bat. Some things are getting falsely charged, but.
Okay, so how many hours of overtime does this represent?
I don't have that figure in front of me.
I guess it's all over the map too.
It's a couple different employees with varying rates, so.
Is it predominantly 1 or 2 employees?
There's only 2 employees.
2 employees,
that
yeah.
are overtime.
2 employees have had overtime and do you know what they've had it for?
4th of July, the bunny event, some of the events down here at Town Hall, so like the Downtown Thursday events where our PA system was requested, stuff like that.
Okay.
And then there's general, if, something breaks at the pool, somebody's gotta go fix it or, emergency purposes. So it doesn't show up for a game.
Right, so it seems like we have two big events coming up, which is Halloween and tree lighting.
Correct.
Is tree lighting always overtime?
Yes.
And is Halloween always overtime?
Yes.
And tree lighting is like only an hour, right?
No, our event's more so about 4 hours because we start at 4 o'clock here. We see the public events start at 4 o'clock. We're here about 3 o'clock setting up, and we have, the petting zoo, a couple performances, then the tree lighting and the arrival of Santa. So it's really about a half a day's worth of work.
Okay, and Halloween, how many hours is that?
Halloween, the event itself is about 2 to 3 hours, but there's a little more setup involved in Halloween because we're setting up stations and etc.
Okay,
activities.
so this is, do you, at both of these events, do you use two employees or one?
No, usually
Okay.
one, and then we backfill it with part-timers or volunteers.
Okay, so it sounds like you need 8 more hours of overtime. So approximately what would that be?
That's in a perfect world, assuming there's nothing.
Yes, I know. I'm going to give you more.
Yeah.
And I'm going to
yeah.
suggest to my colleagues that we get more,
Yes.
but I'm just trying to get it down to like what it really is. So I don't have my phone / calculator on me. Can you give me any clue?
I think we had another $2,500 in overtime that would probably cover us the rest of the year. Just for,
Okay.
I mean, that's to be, knowing that something's going to go wrong. Something goes wrong every day.
That sounds even like a lot.
It may be, but
So
again,
well, now we're asking for 4,500 about that.
What?
Now we're asking for 4,500.
No, you've spent 4,500, correct?
Yeah.
So I would like to make a suggestion that it be brought down to a total budget of 6,000, which will give you $1,500 for overtime. And that's predominantly for the 8 hours, and then you have cushion.
I don't think that's enough.
It's only 8 hours.
That's for the event, so I couldn't set up a breakdown.
Right.
So we have, there's time built in for that. A lot of our events, not even our events, but we're going out supporting downtown, senior services with our PA systems, stuff like that. A lot of our equipment goes out and we can't just send the equipment out, without a staff member with it. And a lot of times we do try and fill that with a part-time worker, but it's not always possible.
Okay. So how about if we bring it up to 5,000 and we reduce it by 10?
What? Is that less?
Oh, I'm sorry.
Oh,
I'm
yeah.
sorry. You're right. Right. It was a curveball. It was.
She was just testing
Yeah.
you.
Okay.
You mean
can't-
make it 10,000?
No, I don't want to make it 10,000. I think you've only spent 4,500. I'm only hearing that 8 hours are absolutely needed. And then
That's 8 hours of event time. It's probably
That's
closer
just those two events, though.
yeah.
just
So-
for those 2 events, but those are the 2 events that you need manpower.
We're also talking about there's emergencies at the pool and other events. It's just not 8 hours. Just
Right,
like
but
about
there
8
have
hours
been-
with
The pool there've been 2 employees, they haven't been used for the pool during the summer. There are lots of employees at.
Well, that's only because I've been handling most of the pool emergencies, so.
Okay. Well, that's good.
Yeah,
That's the overtime.
Good and bad.
Yeah. So,
So we asked for 2,500. That's a total of 7,000. You get an 8,000 savings.
We'll look basically offering to cut it a little more than half, which protects us from whatever we may need to do throughout the remaining months of the year. We still have 4 months to go.
so 7,000. I think that's
I
fair.
think we can get by with 7,000 per
Yes.
total for the
Yes.
25 year. I think we can do
Yes.
that. Yes.
Okay. All right. So I'm going to make a motion to reduce that by 8,000, the overtime.
I'll second it.
Is there any further discussion? Madam Clerk?
Councilwoman Rudin,
Yes.
Councilwoman Scarpa,
Yes.
Council President Krokoviac,
Yes,
the motion carries.
thank you.
Okay. So
Consent. Consent.
Consent on page 106. I told you we were missing you terribly. Look at that value added as soon as you sat there.
There you go.
Thank you.
So
You're over.
So consent 106, did we get all 3 consents?
okay. So I had the opportunity to go through a line item with Mr. Detiniak today and find out what your actual spending is versus your request. So your actual spending,
Excuse me for interrupting you. We are page
I'm
107?
sorry, we're on
no.
107 and 108.
Okay, thank you.
And this
Sorry.
is parks and playgrounds.
Thank you.
So the actual spending is $89,571.33. Your ask is $157,314. That's a significant
That's the actual
difference.
spend for this year, right?
Yes,
Right, so far. But
So
again,
far.
remember, we were running on a temporary budget, so he only has a budget of 89,000
right.
to utilize, so.
Right, but in so if you want to do line item, we can do that, but I think some of these items that we discussed, like the sports have already passed. Like the spring track, the basketball.
Well, basketball though picks up in the fall. So basketball's not completely done. Basketball is one of those ones that kind of spans calendar years. Not that any sports have seasons anymore because they all go year round, but we'll start picking up with our in-house and travel level basketball programs in October, and they carry through till March. So it kind of splits. So we're
Okay.
not done with basketball yet.
So here's the thing, that there's a big gap between what you've spent and what you've asked for. And some of the spending is over in some of the categories and some of it is under. So it needs to be moved around so that the appropriate categories are filled, and the ones that are zero should be eliminated. You've spent 89,000, you're requesting 157,000. I would like to see if you had a built-in $11,000 to bring you up to $100,000, whether that would be acceptable. But we haven't gone through every line item, so I'm not sure if, you know, if you want to do it that way.
11,000 for the rest of the year?
Yes.
Could be
This is
very
just for
difficult.
these things, not for your whole department, just for materials. And a lot of these items, I don't even think you spent anything on.
Well, you know, this was a temporary budget, so a lot of things are kind of out of place. But there are some line items here that we've not spent money on yet, but they're probably going to be spent in the fall. So
Okay,
if
so
it's
then-
easier to go line item, we can go line item,
Okay,
and I can
so
answer any questions you may have about it.
Thank you. Okay, I'll do it that
It's
way.
to the best of my ability. I'll do
All
what I
right.
can.
So printing,
Mhm.
almost everything that you do for printing right now is online. You've spent $85 out of $1,343.
Printing is kind of a catch-all, like I kind of heard earlier tonight and throughout the night, that a lot of these titles probably need to be cleaned up going in the future to be a little clear. A lot of our printing stuff is graphic design work and also signage that we get made. We need to make a lot of signs, so we've only spent $85 so far, but that's just what graphic design work so far. There's still some signs we need to make. You know, we're constantly done. Every time we're out, we gotta make new signs for the pool, kind of help guide people. We use signs for events. So printing kind of is a catch-all for that kind of work.
Now, do your signs also come out of the DPW budget? Because they had a very large sign, no?
It's mostly for our
No.
stuff, for pool,
Okay.
events, etc.
Okay, so you spent 85 and you have 13. You think you're going to be spending all of the rest this year in the next 4 months?
All of that, we're gonna spend a good portion of it, I would say, yeah. I mean, because we have these events coming up, Halloween, tree lighting, we're gonna be getting signage made where it's gonna, you know, direct people, guide them, parking, this event over here, that event over there, so.
That's almost the entire budget you're going to spend in 4 months, and you haven't spent it the whole year.
Because July 4th, those signs were already made last year. So there's, you know, as we're reinventing our events, the signs do change. There's some events where we don't need signs. Really, our only big event so far has been the 4th of July. Once we get into later on in the year, the tree lighting, Halloween, that's where we start to spend a little more money on signage.
What kind of signage is needed?
Directional signage, guidance, people tell them where to go, where to line up.
Isn't that the same thing every year?
It depends on, it changes by the event. A lot of our stuff for July 4th was food truck festival related. We found that we've kind of needed to have additional signs to help guide people where they need to be and help the event run smoother.
Okay, I still find it hard to believe that you're going to spend that entire budget, but we're talking about a very small.
Yeah, it's a small number, yeah.
Small number.
We can
So-
bigger numbers further down the page.
I understand, but can you bring it down 500?
Yeah, we can take 500 off of that.
Okay, so advertising, you spent 650 out of a $7,000 plus budget.
Advertising is the, if you guys recall, when we were back here, I believe it was May, we talked about that mailing card that we were going to send out
Yes.
to the entire,
Yes.
every household in the district. That's what that money is for. After that meeting, we went back and we looked, and the last time we did it, it cost about $6,000 to mail a postcard to every single household in West Orange, which is how we ended up with that, cutting that line in half last time.
Okay, so we still have $1,200 excess in there.
The
Even,
roundabout-
when is that?
The roundabout figure I gave was six.
When is that card going out?
That's going out in the fall. It's going to basically announce the tree lighting and also list the events for 2026 where, you know, important dates to remember, early bird deadline for the pool, our special events, spring break events, basically kind of provide every resident a calendar of events, important dates that they can stick on their fridge so they know what's going on.
Okay, so last year you only spent $671.
Last year, we did not do the mailing card. We did not do it last year. That's why that line item.
Did that affect the participation at all?
I believe it did to an extent. Yeah, we get a lot of people that tell us like, I didn't know about that. I didn't know about that. I missed that. So it's where we're trying to, you know, as great as social media is and the internet is, some people still respond to having a nice postcard on the refrigerator that has all the dates they need to remember.
Okay. Council President.
Yes. Oh,
I'm just gonna
No,
cede my floor to
okay.
Councilwoman Scarpa.
You want her to speak now?
Yes,
Councilwoman Scarpa.
he knows I'm not done with him.
Yeah. Oh, I'm sorry. I don't mean to interrupt, but you know, given we are in a budget crisis, is that mailing something that's absolutely necessary? I kind of see that as a want to rather than a have to. It's nice to do, but you know, it's not something that is absolutely essential.
It's a fair
Thank
point. It's just some part of community outreach that we're trying to do. But if the council, you know, believes that's where we can save some money, and as Councilwoman just mentioned, it's more of a luxury item, then it's something we can discuss.
Okay. Yeah, I kind of see it as a not as a have to, but a want to.
Okay, so
Could you repeat yourself? I don't think we heard you clearly on the dais, please.
Oh, I said I think it's a want to, not a have to, and a good place to cut.
okay,
Thank you. Are you finished?
Yes, thank you.
okay, so we're going to continue on. I understand the value of getting a piece of paper in the mail. It's very nice, but I do agree that for this year, where we are, that we should try to do without it 1 year and see how participation is reflected. So I'm gonna make an. I mean, do I have to do a motion on each one now that we're doing line by line? I was hoping to avoid that by just coming up with a number that you can then play with and
Well, I mean,
figure out
if that was an option, I may have
Okay.
misunderstood you. Like if you
Yeah.
said, hey, you know, try to find $11,000. I mean, I think you're off to a good start right now with some of the items that, you know, there are valid points on. But I'm not sure the rule of
I
order
mean,
is for that.
if,
Okay,
sorry.
yes.
Mr. Tinier, bring some clarity here. please.
So if you want to offer up what you feel the total cut is, yeah, I think Edwin can,
Okay,
but if your ask is only to give him $100,000, which I think was your initial offer, I think that's wildly underfunded. Because I mean, he's spent his entire temporary budget of 89,005. Really, you went over $200. So you spent everything that we made available statutorily because that's how we have to do it. So I don't know if $11,000 is going to work. And the problem is that by going through the line items and cutting printing, we're still cutting overall. So maybe it is just better to say,
I think.
what's the number that you want
I
to cut
agree.
it to
I agree.
overall? And then we can say yes or no to that. Or you vote on it.
Okay, so I was requesting that you cut it by 57,314.
What was that number?
57,314 to give you $100,000. Now
No.
I hear both of you, and I'd like to come up with another proposal that you can live with, because we all have to show some change right now. So I'm going to suggest that you reduce your budget by 40,000.
40,000?
Yes.
No, I just don't know where we could find that and still have. Well,
But we just found 7,000 right now.
Yeah,
So,
and everything else, I mean, from last time we met, we kind of moved a lot of things closer to what the actual spend was.
okay. What do you think about 35,000? Can you do that?
You know, I kind of looked it through this before I got down here today in the past couple of days, and you know, we already took, I believe,
Took 26,000 out.
Yeah, that was off that budget, and
It's still a very big budget.
it's a very big budget, but it's, you know, it's as lean as we can make it. I mean, yes, maybe we can find some few other places, but a large number like that is going to be very, very difficult for us to do.
If I may suggest,
Yeah.
Mr. Johnson, why don't you just throw out a number that you think you can live with, and then Councilwoman Rudin can respond to that. I think that's probably going to be faster than going down incremental.
Yeah. I mean, right now we just found 7,700 that I did not have on my sheet originally earlier. In my notes, I found another 8,000 that I think we could probably cut back on. And that was basically getting everything to where we pretty much were spending with adjustment of cost of everything going up. You know, seasonal minimum wage is $16.93 now, I believe, or $16.43. So it's, you know, there's a little bit of cost that went up, but it kind of gets us closer in line to what we actually spent.
Okay, so you just came up with 15,000.
7 and 8, I gave you 15,000, yeah.
Okay, I just want to now drill down into some line items
Sure.
and see if we can do some more. The lumber on line 115, you have spent nothing.
And lumber was one of the ones I had on my list.
Oh, that was the one that you,
I had because
okay.
now, but lumber's on, but it's ironically enough, we just spent money on lumber the other day. We had to fix a bench at the bowling park. So
Okay.
it's not a you know, ideal situation, but in looking at our numbers, what we spent previously, even years before that, we could probably safely take another $1,000 off of lumber.
Okay, materials and clay, you have spent, if I'm correct, 5,000, and you have
Materials, clay, what was that?
You spent 50,000.
120.
We spent 15,000 on that one.
Okay,
It's,
and will there be any more expenditure this year?
a small one. I think it was closer to that number we have in the budget.
You're going to spend more than $6,000? That's a fourth of the budget.
We probably have one, I mean, we do generally in the fall, tend to get clay for the fields, especially as we're transitioning to soccer. So we want to try and create as level as possible. Unfortunately, some soccer fields do cross over into dirt.
Do you seed in the fall?
We seed in the fall as well, yes.
Yeah.
Okay, so why doesn't the municipal landscaper cover your properties?
I don't
Is
believe
it
that's part of the grass seed.
Yes.
That's probably as part of the contract, but they just cut and maintain it. We
Okay.
do the seeding ourselves.
Oh, okay, so how much does grass seed
It's
cost?
grass seed, and then it's also clay, and clay is about $35 a ton. So usually each field takes about 1,000 tons.
But that's, yeah, the clay is separate, but for the seeding, you have a budget of almost 7,000.
Oh, we're jumping. So I thought we were still on clay. That's why I knew as we jumped to.
You said that you need
Okay.
that and that you're
Yes,
gonna.
yes, we're good.
I
Okay.
get it. For fertilizer,
That also, we're on the same page. That was another line that I said.
127.
Yeah, that was another one that I believe we could probably cut another $1,000 off of.
Okay, so, and all of this is within the 15 that you just said? Or that's an additional?
Count the first two items we discussed, yeah. And also with the fertilizer grass seed, that includes, you know, flowers, plantings, you know, park beautification,
How many fields do you have?
27
27.
Okay, the trophies.
trophies.
You've spent $325 out of a bigger budget. 244. That's line 129.
We just spent another about $1,000 on trophies for our swim team. So trophies ebb and flow. So it's not really, you know, what currently spent is not indicative of what we still have covered in the fall. Programs that wrap up like that too. So
Can you give certificates instead of trophies? Oh, no, but the audience.
we say they're trophies, honestly. and-
How about a medal?
Well, that's what I was going to say to you, is that we've kind of gotten away from trophies.
Yes.
We've gone to medals
Okay.
and t-shirts in some cases, so, because trophies just collect dust.
Exactly, and then they get thrown out. So, can you reduce that? Since you're using medals
We already
now,
did last time we were together, and we've reduced it closer to our 2024 spend.
right? Can you bring
I
that?
think that's
But
pretty,
were you using medals last year?
that's pretty standard to what we've been doing. Medals been the thing for the past couple of years now.
Okay,
So that's pretty close to what we do on an annual basis.
all right. Let's go to 141. You've spent $8,000 on maintenance and line aerators out of a 15,000. We're at 15,000 savings so far.
There is another contract coming in the fall.
Mhm.
There's what we do each year, we get a contract from a company to remove, install, maintain, and winterize our aerators. And that's a contract that starts in the fall and runs through the next year.
How
So
much is it?
it'd be the other $7,000, $8,000 that we spent last year. So we will meet that budget line item with the aerators.
Okay, the programs, you spent approximately 5,000 out of 15,500. What other programs are you planning? And by the way, those programs were Porto Johns for programs. And for $3,000 for the Porta Johns. Why so much?
It's not all Porta Johns. A lot of it is their senior golf events, supplies for programs. Porta Johns, we put them at pretty much 4 or 5 facilities now, playgrounds, fields that get a lot of use. So, and that is at the state contract rate. We've just found there's been a need for that, a demand for that. So that's why they had them there. And the increase there, $10,000 would help defray the cost of the senior golf tournaments. The cost for those rose exponentially over the past year.
Why should we be paying for the senior golf tournaments?
So our residents.
Shouldn't that come out of the senior budget?
That has been a program that was run by the recreation department. So there's kind of a little bit of a split in the program responsibilities there. We've had the senior golf tournament under the rec umbrella ever since Mrs. Brennan retired.
Is there some way to reduce that? You only have 4 months left.
Tournaments. Well,
The senior golf is.
The way the year went, honestly, the most years we have a lot of our tournaments in April and May. This year, because of work the golf courses are doing, plus some other issues, they didn't start giving us dates until September and October. So we do have 3 more events upcoming.
Okay, so there are a lot of other things that we could go through. I'm going to throw out a figure so that we don't have to go through everything. And I hope that you can figure out a way to make it work. I requested initially 57. You said 15. I'm going to request 25, and that's my final offer.
I don't know. I mean, where you're going to find. I mean, the one large number I can say is that if you go to celebration public events, 4th of July.
Oh, no.
Well,
Okay.
We'll
talk about that.
That's another
No,
number, though. That's
no,
another number to
no.
get to that.
Only on this page.
Okay. I
There's-
don't know where you're going to
there's-
find that much more.
Site
Excuse me, are we on page 107 or 108?
108.
108. Thank you.
We're still, wait, hold on.
108. Well, we've gone
Oh,
through.
'cause we've gone-
there's-
okay.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot. I'm just trying not to.
I just don't know, what else we could do. We kind of like
Site managers on 270, you've spent 1,400 out of 10,000.
Site managers are predominantly used in the fall and winter months once we move indoors to our, programs that are indoors, basketball, stuff in the gyms, programs like that. They become very important just in terms of being a friendly face in the gym, helping us solve any issues,
Okay,
addressing, any concerns residents might have. So
all right.
it's site safety. Yeah. I mean, if there's something wrong at a gym, our facility. So, or just our programs, just making sure people that are in our programs registered for our programs for our liability purposes.
Spring track done?
Spring track is done.
Okay, so you spent nothing. So can we zero that out?
We can zero that out. That's fine.
And
Can I just interrupt? Councilwoman Scarpa has raised her hand.
Yes,
I
go
know
ahead.
you sort of
ahead.
deferred to her or yielded.
I will
Yes.
yield to
Oh,
you.
that's okay. No, that's okay. I just wanted to talk about, the part-time workers, can you maybe be a little bit more frugal in the number of, part-timers you have managing some of these events?
Could I just interrupt here? Councilwoman Scarpa, can we just hold off on that until Councilwoman Rudin gets through the line items?
Sure.
Then we can
I
bring
was
that
just
up.
thinking of it in terms of the site managers, perhaps we could have less, but go ahead.
Okay.
Yes, that's a good point.
What,
Can the site managers be reduced?
Yeah, the number of
overall,
managers.
I wouldn't recommend that just from a safety perspective. It's not like we're sending people out just to sit in empty gyms. We're sending them when programs are in place. It's really a safety reliability. We have amped that up for the past several years because, as you guys have both seen in the news, sometimes crazy things happen at these youth sports events. And it's in our best interest to have somebody there to, be a witness to it or relay information in a timely fashion to us. Just, that last rainstorm of the summer, we were in one of the gyms and the gym started flooding because of the rain. And, as our site manager was there, so that will help get the board to resolve the issue quicker than if they had found it the next morning.
Is lacrosse season over?
Lacrosse season is over, yes.
Okay, so that's 17, and that hasn't been
We didn't spend any of that this year?
0. So that should be zeroed out. School break programs. Are there any more school break programs coming?
Yeah, we have Teachers Convention coming up. We may be doing something over the Jewish holidays, depending on if there's a demand for it. So, school gets back in session. The big one is going to be that Teachers Convention Election Day week.
Anybody else? So where are you with
Well,
that?
I mean, everything else, right, even the other one item I did have that we didn't mention was 137 motors.
Mm-hmm.
We could probably take 1,000 off of that to match closer to what we spent historically.
And you've spent nothing in the maintenance of the scoreboard as well.
That's most of our scoreboards are indoor stuff. And the number that's in there, might just cover the service call to get them out there. But that's most of our scoreboards are indoors in the gyms, whatnot. So that's more of a fall, early winter.
Okay, can you agree on $20,000?
$20,000?
Yes.
Where?
Just this whole, just tighten it a little. You've offered 15. I started at 57.
I think but I think right now where we're at, I think we've kind of cut it as lean as we can without really starting to impact our programs. I mean, I before I even came here today, I sat here and I went through our through Munidex, looked at what we spent and tried to, match these numbers as close to what we're actually spending as possible. This temporary budget is really just a picture of right now. It doesn't affect, a lot of our stuff is fall and winter, early winter. So we have a lot of things upcoming.
Okay.
I'm doing the best I can to work with you, but I think at some point, I'm looking at, I understand the situation we're in.
It's a $157,000 budget, and you're willing to do a 10% discount.
Well, we did 10% last time we were here.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then now we just come up with some more. I didn't keep a running tally, unfortunately, but,
Okay.
and
right.
like I said, before I came down here tonight, like I said, I went through Munidex 2024, 2023, and even looked at this temporary budget now and said, all right, what are we actually spending?
Okay. So I'd like to just make I guess, time for a motion to reduce this by 17,000 and hope that works out.
I'll second that.
So we have a motion. The 17,000 is to take from what number? Councilwoman Rudin?
From the total budget of 157,314 and 86.
So you would bring that down to 140.
Yes. No, yes.
And Councilwoman Scarpa, you seconded that?
Yes.
Is there any more discussion? I'd like to know, I would like to know from Mr. Johnson if this takes effect, if this is voted, what impact will that have? And if it causes you to reduce, where would you reduce?
Well, the other concern is that a lot of these line items are used to support programs and keep our registration fees low. So unfortunately, if we had to start, we lost like site manager money or, just any of these line items, we might have to, either A, as you mentioned, reduce some of the programs we offer, or B, increase some of the fees, which we do not really want to do. We pride ourselves on trying to have our programs be as affordable as possible and walk that fine line of using our budget and our registration fees to create high quality programming.
Right. So just to clarify, at least in my mind, if the budget is reduced to $140,000, you will either have to negatively impact a program or programs, or you'd have to raise fees.
Yeah, I mean, unfortunately, now sports are year round. I mean, back when we all probably first started, basketball season was basketball season. Now this stuff is year round. So the expenses just aren't defined to a season anymore. They're just year round. The stuff gets worn out. We can only wear pennies so many times. Cones can only take so many beatings.
And like the deputy director said, these programs are supplemented by the participants too. It's not like we're paying for the entire basketball program. We just collected the league fees for elite basketball, a few days ago.
Yeah.
So again, if the money isn't there from the operating budget, it has to be supplemented by the participants, or it needs to be cut.
Instead of 8 weeks, maybe it's 6, and it's not,
And again, we have 27 fields.
Mhm.
How many indoor facilities?
I mean, on a given night, let's give you like a January night, a random January night, we had 8 gyms in operation. Some are just practices, some are games that require site managers, but that's 8 facilities where we have to do something or something could go wrong. So, personally, 6 o'clock is my least favorite time because when all the gyms open, so I wait for the phone to ring, but that's just a personal problem.
Thank you. Is there any more discussion?
So just so we're clear, it was 7,200, there was 7,205 made in cuts that we discussed. So that's an additional $10,000 he's gonna.
No, he initially offered 15,000.
On top of these 7,000, we took out advertising.
Right.
Well, no, sorry, there was 5,000 that I
included
earmarked.
that in
Sorry,
there.
it was 5, let me clarify, sorry. There was 5,000 out of 4th of July that I was going to talk about.
Okay.
So that's a separate page. I didn't realize that was
Separate
that was a rookie mistake on my part. First time here with you guys, so I'm learning too.
My first time too. So we're really pretty close. We're only talking about a $2,000 difference. Yeah.
That's why I was asking. That's all.
I completely understand the situation you guys are in, and I'm not up here haphazardly. I'm looking at everything and trying to be as fair and saying, not have a wish list, but this is what I need to run programs as effectively as possible.
Okay.
So we have a motion on the floor. Is there any additional, Ms. Baird?
Just a question. So when you talk about maintaining fields or gyms and the equipment's used, you need to replenish it, whatever. Is some of that equipment school district equipment?
No.
So it's all municipally owned equipment, like basketball hoops, or?
Well, the infrastructure is the schools, but I mean, each team has their own basketballs, their own pennies. There are some schools that we do use their scoreboard, but there are some schools where we use our own stuff. So it's a very unique shared agreement with the board and the township. But as far as supplying the coaches with the equipment they need to run the programs, that is at our expense.
Okay, so to continue, so that when you talk about replenishing or repairing or whatever the equipment needed for the sports programs, you're talking about things that are strictly for the municipal programs and not for the schools.
That's correct. I'm talking solely just for Township of West Orange needs, our programs, our coaches.
Thank you.
You can only bounce a basketball so many times for they got to have an excuse why it doesn't go in. They need to do ball.
Okay, so the motion is to reduce $17,000 even
Yes.
out of the budget, which would leave $140,000 $314.86.
Correct.
Okay, so we got it clear. Any more discussion? Madam Clerk?
Councilwoman Rudin,
Yes.
Councilwoman Scarpa,
Yes.
Council President Krokoviac,
No,
motion carries.
thank you. What's next?
Okay. Can't wait to hear.
Can we
We're
just
on
consent on those pages?
consent.
Oh,
Consent.
consent.
Thank you.
Consent. Appreciate you
I want
being
to,
conscious.
hear, okay, so now we're looking at celebration of public events.
Yeah, could I just, again, just interrupt because Councilwoman Scarpa said she wanted to have a separate discussion on an issue. I don't know whether that's still going to come up later on, but I just wanted to flag that in case it's an appropriate time to talk about it now, whether Councilwoman Scarpa, you want to wait a little
No,
bit.
I'll wait. I just wanted to look at the issue overall, and that was related to staffing.
Okay, thank you. Back to you, Councilwoman.
Okay, so did we already? I would like to get to that also.
Which topic is that?
Discussion of staffing, but let's do this first and then we'll move on. The celebrations, you have a present for us.
I did. I don't know that the last vote. I'm not so sure. Do it.
Yeah, we're not cutting anything.
$2,000.
Page 109.
Okay.
Page 109. We're not cutting anything. You want to cancel Christmas, you cancel Christmas on your own.
Okay, 4th of July.
I mean, 4th of July, we've kind of changed our format over the past couple of years. So now we have a couple of years of data. So, we were looking, and again, in an effort to be transparent, fair and honest here, we that, maybe that $35,000 number was a little high, but, it kind of just got hurt a little bit on that last page there. So I'm not sure,
That was a little tiny
boo-boo.
scratch, a little boo-boo. Yeah. Okay, so you want to?
We could reduce 4th of July by 5,000.
Okay, so 4th of July is already passed
Correct.
and you spent 19,200 out of a budget of 34. 34,900. So why don't we just reduce it to what you actually spent?
Because last year we went with last year we had 3 bands, which is why the number was a little higher. This year we only had 2 bands. That kind of gives us a little bit of flexibility with terms of by even taking that by $5,000, what we previously had. It gives the event a little flexibility where if we want to have 3 bands, because what we saw was with the 2 bands, the crowd left very early and it hurt the food trucks.
Okay, so this is just for this year.
Mm-hmm.
We're going to do our budget early next year and you're going to have more money. So I just want to zero out what you've actually spent this year. And next year, we're going to give you what you need.
Unless you don't have it.
So that should be a reduction of 15,770 since it wasn't spent. And we're going to do this soon. So you have to put in your budget request and have it reflect what you actually wanted.
Absolutely.
Bring to the town. Okay, so that's a reduction of 15,770.53. The tree lighting has not been done yet.
No.
And one of the things that I've noticed in the tree lighting is that we always pay somebody $500 to sing at the tree lighting. Is it possible that we can use our talent from the high school instead?
Well, last year was the first time we paid entertainers. The singers, that was the first time in several years we paid. Most years, as you mentioned, it was from, we've rotated between the middle school, Seton Prep, the high school, the marching band. So we're probably going to go back to that. I'm not really sure last year why we couldn't get anybody from the high school, but that is always our first effort, is to get some of our local talent and have them be the entertainment for the night. So that was probably just an isolated incident last year, or just that we had no alternative, or else we would have been singing ourselves, and I'm not sure anyone wants to hear me sing.
Okay, so why does tree lighting cost that much? Don't you have all of these supplies year to year?
We do. A good portion of that is the inflatables for the event, like the trackless train ride, the giant snow globe that people take pictures in, and we pay a vendor to set up and take down the lights and the display, just the lights of the tree in town hall, because we don't have the ability to do that ourselves.
Okay, so last year you actually spent $4,000 on all of those items. This year you're requesting $9,000.
Yeah, I think there was a
There was-
crossover in the budget. So that's
Exactly.
why, that's what
So-
we talked about last time too. We weren't sure that was an accurate number
That is accurate now.
right now.
Yes, that's the accurate
out.
number.
Um, the only thing I will say about tree lighting last year, which probably, maybe it's not the 9,000 number, but last year tree lighting was the first event for our special rights coordinator two times ago.
Mhm.
So, she kind of jumped in a little bit there, so we kind of didn't really have the full event on scale. So, we could adjust that a little bit closer to the actual number, but I know we didn't do all the bells and whistles that year.
Okay. So,
I can do 5,000, yes.
okay.
Yeah, have a $5,000.
Right, that's we're taking out 4,377.72.
Yeah.
Okay,
We did, and as you mentioned earlier, our decorations are getting a little old, so we may come back for the
Mhm.
next discussion to
Okay,
buy some new decorations.
yeah. The Old Times Day didn't happen. Can we?
And that's September
So
6th.
let's take that out of the budget. That's 3,455.
No, the event didn't happen yet. It's event to September.
It didn't.
No,
it
did not occur
happened?
yet. I'm sorry.
Oh,
Not,
okay.
that's event is September 6th.
Okay. And
it's the old timers.
Yes, it's missing a R there. Yeah.
okay, and
Old time.
Veterans Day is over.
No, it's November 11th or.
Oh my God, really?
Yeah.
I'm thinking Memorial Day. I'm so sorry.
We're past Memorial Day. So
Okay,
that
so what
event
do
is
you
not
actually
occurred yet.
spend on that? Because the last year you paid only $48 and you've requested 800. What do you spend on?
I'm not fully confident in that, but I'm by best of my knowledge, that money I believe was spent to support the event. I think past years they paid towards the luncheon at the Elks or something along those lines.
Let's get some data on that.
But there's also flags and
Yeah.
flowers
Oh, there's a lot of flags that we bought this year.
and a lot of
A
flowers.
I
lot,
know we bought a lot of flags.
a
here, yeah.
lot of flags.
But I know in years past, I believe we paid for the
You-
luncheon back at the Elks, so.
Okay,
uh,
you didn't spend
nothing else.
anything.
Just be that. That's the only thing I'm aware of.
Okay, so let's bring that down to $50.
I don't think that's accurate.
Last year you spent 48.
You made charges.
It might be charged somewhere else. I mean, I don't, again, I can't speak confidently.
We went, you've merged 20.
Yeah, so,
Five.
yeah, I mean, there wasn't anything charged that line item in the two, but I'm sure that they spent something on Veterans Day. So I think we need to just be realistic
Okay,
and say,
let's
what are you
leave it
going to
at-
spend on Veterans Day? And
$200? Since you,
So let's call it 250.
okay,
no, is that enough?
I think
Honestly?
that probably is for a lunch.
Okay.
It's
so wait, so we're.
a small luncheon. That's probably what it is.
Yeah.
Okay, all right.
That's a reduction of 575. All right, for Halloween. In previous year you spent 2,300.
The cost for Halloween is going to vary year to year because of where the date falls. Last year, Halloween was on a weekend, so we were kind of low attendance. So is really what we're not going to go and spend money on an event that we know going in that
Yeah.
we're fighting an uphill battle with the event itself.
What day is it this year? On a Friday? Is that a better day?
Yeah.
Okay. And so okay,
So last year, since we didn't weren't expecting a large crowd, we just kind of did more of a festival type thing. Our plan this year is to kind of bring back that haunted pool type setup, which has a lot more decorations and involvement with it.
do you have to buy all these decorations?
Not all of them, no, but some
How
things
much
just.
do you need?
$4,210.
That's a weird number.
yeah.
So
Weird
like
number.
really, how much do you need to buy decorations and
Well, there's entertainment, there's food, Well, yeah, candy, I guess.
Okay.
Yeah, we had a photo booth last year was awesome. We hired a DJ, so we're probably closer to that 4,200 number.
Okay. Easter egg hunt. You spent $870. Can we?
Oh, sure, it's fine. That seems like a very low number. I know, as I mentioned earlier, we had a transition again with our special events coordinator. The one we had in place, she left us about maybe a month before the event.
Was it?
So we were trying to, fill in the blanks. So we didn't really put on, again, a full event.
Okay,
Um,
so you can have a full event next year.
mhm.
This is just, we're just taking toll of what happened this year.
As long as we can, if we can go back next year,
come
bring that back up,
and
that is the
you'll
event that had
explain-
occurred, all the bills are in,
that.
but as long as we're of the understanding that, for 2026, we can go back to that number,
Yeah.
we're okay.
Okay, just so the sports and games night, when was that?
That was in June, that event has occurred.
Okay, so that's also a reduction right there. That was 1,180.
Yeah, so that event is concluded. So for 2025, we can close that out with the understanding that 2026
Okay,
is the new
and
year.
that's closer to what it was anyway. So that's a reduction of $997. And I think the rest you need. So let's just add that up. Do you have all of that? I have all the numbers. Do you have all the numbers?
No.
Okay. So do you want me to review that?
You can give a total.
Okay.
but You have to vote first, so.
Okay, so that is a reduction of $24,517.98. So why don't we just make that even 24,500? It gets a little silly.
Okay, I'll second that.
Okay.
I don't think it was an emotion.
Oh,
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
Okay.
She's happy with the number.
Okay.
Trying to move it
Testing
along.
me.
Yes, okay. So when I had originally gone through this, I thought it was going to ask for a lot more. So this is good.
Glad I got off
This is-
easy being a rookie.
Yes. So so I'd like to make a motion to reduce this budget by 24,500.
I'll second it.
Any further discussion? Madam Clerk.
Councilwoman Rudin?
Yes.
Councilwoman Scarpa?
Yes.
Council President Krokoviac?
Yes,
The motion carries.
thank you.
Okay.
And is there a consent?
Consent.
Consent.
Thank you for reminding us.
I'm gonna stop calling you Dina.
Okay.
I'm gonna call you Ms. Consent.
Okay. So I think, is that it for you? I think that is, but I think that Councilwoman Scarpa wanted to talk about.
Sure.
And I don't know what page that's on.
That was
Yeah.
page 106.
Here's the start.
Right. I remember when I had asked Mr. Keough about the $250,000 of part-time workers, which I thought was incredibly high. And he referred to it as a mulligan stew and was kind of unable to tell me, like approximately what he needs all of these part-timers for. So I was hoping that we can get some savings from that line item. And I think you guys know how to cut that because I can't do anything with mulligan stew. But I was, you have to cut the fat off the mulligan stew. But what I was hoping was that maybe you could have a few less of these part-timers in each space. Because, I know that we do sometimes, we do worry about safety and we do tend to overstaff some of these these events?
Well, I can clarify, I mean, to clarify the mulligan stew, maybe give you the recipe with the ingredients here. You know, that part-time the hourly pay there, that covers, you know, our permanent part-time employees that we have, some office support staff, part-time maintenance people that have in the parks and also other sites, our special events coordinator, our special needs program, year-round program, the camp, somebody year-round, also, you know, in the office, kind of keeping the programs going, doing outreach, our site managers at CATS. We also have, you know, the Footsteps program. So it's their programs, their activities throughout the year, their coordinators, which is, you know, a position we're looking to fill. We have the camp going on, and also our park safety patrol that goes out, you know, nights and weekends, just kind of going through the parks, interacting with residents, you know, checking on things, bringing things to our attention. So it's a lot of people that have functions. It's not just, you know, people hanging around. It's kind of essential people to help us do what we need to do, and also sometimes, you know, let us know what we need to fix.
Can you?
Right. Can we do with a few less in maybe in each place, and maybe cut, you know, 25 to 50,000 out of that?
A lot of these position people are, you know, they're part-time, they're hourly, so they're hired for what they're needed for. They're not just hired to be on paper. You know, they're out at events, planning events, site managers at CATS, which is, you know, pretty much booked every weekend throughout the year. And then we have our, you know, our special needs camps, their counselors, and the program. So they're all people that are working because they're needed.
So one of the things that
If I could.
oh, I'm so sorry.
Councilwoman.
No,
Scott
go ahead.
has
Go
the
ahead,
floor.
Councilwoman
Yeah,
Rudin.
I just wanted to follow up on that. You do great work and you provide so much for our kids and our community. But I have heard that there are some places like the pool where there are people sitting around. When you come in at the booth, there are like 5 people working there, and they're all getting paid as part-timers. So, I mean, there's one example, and I don't know all of the rest, but that's been pointed out to me by residents.
Yeah. The pool, like the example you made there, referenced, you know, there's 4 people working in there. So there's 2 windows when people check in. We have 2 people at the front counter to process memberships, guest passes, and also checking in. The tough part about that is that we're really busy and then we're really slow. Really busy, really slow. So we're trying to keep people moving, helping them with what they need, whatever. And to your point, though, and this has happened over the past several days, we get these days where we're not that busy. We do go out there and go, hey, guess what? We're cutting staff in half and we're sending these hourly people home. But, you know, if our hard points of the day are from 12 to 1, 3 to 5, you know, there's going to be that gap, and we're not going to send them home for an hour. But we are cognizant of the fact that there are times, especially at the pool, that we do need to reduce staff because they're not needed. And we do that.
So if your busy time is 12 to 3?
I just use that as an example.
Okay,
It ebbs and flows. It depends on the day.
Right. But generally speaking, can't you just bring on more people during those hours and less people during?
We do pare down the staff as the day gets in later into the day. So it's all shift work. So most office staff has like a 5-hour shift. The guards are a little more towards 7 or 8-hour shifts. So we do staff the most for our highest points of the day, but we do pare it down at opening and closing, so it's not overwhelmed. But the mid part of the day is when we have the glut of employees.
Do you honestly feel that you can't do without 2 of those people? Because what I've heard is that they're sitting there all day. And maybe that's a misreporting, but
maybe they get really busy
you know,
when I walk outside, they hear the door slam and they all get to work and I come outside. I don't know.
I don't know. I mean, can you evaluate that?
We can look at it, absolutely.
I don't know where there are other areas that could possibly be, you know, appropriate for cuts, but that's a lot of part-timers.
Seasonal employees, yeah, they're summer jobs.
These are kids.
These are kids. These are
mostly, right?
Most of them are, yeah, you know, high school students.
But they all make different salaries. Some of them make,
depending on their how many years they've been there, yes. But we do start all of our employees out at the seasonal minimum wage.
okay.
These are mostly West Orange residents.
Almost all of them are West Orange residents. With very rare exceptions. The only non-residents usually typically are lifeguards, but as far as our other staff goes, it's West Orange residents.
I see the floor.
Councilwoman Scarpa.
Yeah, I would just like us to be a little bit more frugal in the way we manage our staff. And I'd like to see us take at least 25,000 out of those part-timers.
No.
I just don't know where. I mean, again, this number we see on the screen right now, they're hourly employees. Those are
How does that
people that are
compare
working.
to years before?
It's, I think, the same amount as the prior year.
Mm-hmm.
Do we know what we've spent to date?
Yeah. We just consented to this like 15 minutes. It's crazy.
What page is that?
This is page 106.
So
So we spent $101,000 so far.
Out of 200?
Out of 215, yeah.
Okay, so there seems like there's a little bit of room there. You know, we're in the last quarter.
mm-hmm.
Oh, we still have another month
We got a
of
few months
camp.
left.
Cats is going to come back online soon. You know, the park safety patrol is going to be out, you know, doing their things in the park. So it's, you know, we're about halfway through the year and we're about halfway at that number. So I think we're being as frugal and lean as we can.
Can you compare this to last year's spending?
Could I just wait?
I'm sorry.
Councilwoman Scarpa, have you,
Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead.
please, Councilwoman.
Yeah, I'd just like to see where you were at this point last year.
Sure. The hourly, we're at 101,000.
Last year.
Yeah.
And how much?
As of August 7th.
And how much was spent?
I just said 101,000. Before, you mean for the full year?
The full year.
Okay. We spent against hourly. Make sure I'm covering here. I take this out. 29. 182,000.
Okay.
Okay, I think there's room for considerable savings.
We're not going to offer up a cut for hourly, so we just consented to this.
Wait a second. I want to reopen it.
I'd like to reopen it as well.
Okay. Go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, given that last year it was 180, I mean, I think 25,000 is a good number.
Well, there were also some vacancies last year too. Our special events coordinator left. Our footsteps coordinator left, which resulted in the loss of program. So it's not really an accurate picture of hourly because we had some staffing issues that have since been resolved. So that, that could account for the $30,000 right there. Not having a special events coordinator for half the year, footsteps program being down half the year, park safety patrol was down some employees. And
Well,
the
since
camps,
we only have 4
depend
months
on,
left, can we cut some of those?
Councilwoman Scarpa,
Oh, sorry.
Please try to wait until Mr. Johnson finishes speaking before you,
Sure.
talk, please.
There were some vacancies. And so that could account for the $30,000. I think we're pretty much in line with where we are previous years. And as I mentioned, this work is all assigned work. It's not, well, this place is open from 12 to 8, you're going to show up from 12 to 8. This is actual activities, actual programs.
Can Mr.
Okay, Councilwoman Scarpa, please.
No, go ahead. Go ahead, Councilwoman Rudin.
I just was wondering if Mr. Detiniak could bring us back one more year.
I
And
can't, no. This ZenGov only goes back to 24, so.
okay, so you're halfway there. You have only about 4 months left, right? 5 months. And I do agree that there has to be some sort of savings here. Councilwoman Scarpa has suggested 25. I would like to suggest that it be double of what you have right now, that you keep double of what you have, so that you keep 202. That's double of what you have right now to spend in less than in the rest of the year. So I'd like to see it brought down by 13,000. And I think that that's a fair representative because you only spent 187 last year.
I think
Again,
that's a fair compromise.
There were vacancies last year, not having a special events coordinator for 6 months.
But the
Other
special,
people there were spots that were vacant, park patrol, footsteps program. So, I mean, again, you guys are the council, you guys can make your choice, but cutting that 13,000, this is actual people, many of which are our residents, that are running programs for us. So it's gonna have an impact on, maybe it turns into, the CAT site manager in this. It's gonna limit rentals, and that's a building we want to rent to West Orange residents. So I understand what you're trying to do here, but there will be an impact on what we're able to offer people.
okay.
Councilwoman Rudin, you have the floor.
I will cede it to Councilwoman Scarpa. Do you want to make a motion?
Yeah, why don't we just stick with your 13? I'm fine with that. I think, we can maybe be a little more cognizant of the amount of staff we use on each event. I'm comfortable with the 13.
Okay. Do you want to make a motion?
Sure, I'll make a motion to cut 13,000 from the part-time workers and maybe use our staff a little more efficiently.
Okay, second.
Is there any further discussion?
Yes,
Mr. Smurl.
just to add that the administration still does not support this cut. It was said by the other two, so I want to make sure that it's on the record, we do not support this cut. That's it.
Any more discussion? Madam Clerk.
Councilwoman Rudin?
Yes.
Councilwoman Scarpa?
Yes.
Council President Krakowiak?
No.
The motion carries.
Thank you. Now we're done,
Okay.
aren't
So-
we?
Yeah, no, but before we leave, I think we are done. Thank you so much.
No problem. Thank you.
Thank you. And let us know how everything goes.
Yes.
And how the attendance.
Yeah, no, we'll keep
Is
track of
at-
it. I mean, we're always monitoring our events, looking for ways to improve, look for feedback, and trying to figure out what works.
Yeah. I would like to do something before this evening is over to make, not
Free?
related.
Free?
You're free. Thank you so much.
See ya.
I'd like to, I think this was our last time really getting the benefit of the Community Budget Advisory Board. And I'd like to take the recommendation to add in a forensic audit into our finance budget. So do we need to have any further discussion, or can I go to a motion? Because I think we discussed it quite a bit.
In a budget, you have to find the budget line item
to put it
it into. So.
All right. So. Your page is 50?
Council President, if I could.
Yes, please.
So I think this is a pretty substantial change to the budget. And I mean, I've sort of held my tongue this whole week, but not having Councilwoman Castellino here has certainly led to, well, I don't want to speak for her, but probably significant reductions in this budget and now another significant change. So, you know, I don't know how any of you feel, but she should probably be a part of this vote. Adding whatever you want to add, $50,000, $100,000 to a budget. That's just my personal feeling.
Yes, Mr. Tiniak, I agree too. And I'm not going to vote for tonight for a forensic audit without any proposal, without any business case. I'm telling you, I don't agree that that's the way we move forward, spending $50,000 to $100,000. We don't even know how much it's going to cost. So I'm not voting for it anyway, so.
Okay, so we do have to find the page.
And correct me if I'm wrong, Council President, if you're going to add to the budget, you need Councilwoman Castellino anyway. Don't you
That's
need-
right. You're exactly right.
You need the fourth vote anyway, so it's just
You're
this is a
exactly
moot
right.
point tonight.
You're exactly right.
This would
Thank
be
you.
page 52. You could add to.
Thank you, Mr. Smeraldo, for doing my job once again. Is there anything else?
I'd just like to understand that, why adding to the budget requires 4 votes. We've subtracted without 4 votes. Why do we need?
It's a super majority, isn't it? You need a super majority to add.
No, I don't believe that you do.
I believe we do.
It's
You do.
ever since I've.
And we've
You-
mentioned that
we're
the whole
not-
time. We've mentioned that the whole time we've been talking here, because I mentioned on the record several times where it said it only takes 3 to reduce here, but if we go to add to this budget again, we'll do a super majority. I think I've made that point several times.
We have,
I have also made the point.
but we do have a supermajority here right now tonight. And
Majority is defined under state law.
okay,
Council's 5 people. You have a vacancy, but it still requires 4 people to be super majority. That's my understanding of it.
okay, well,
We can get a legal opinion. We're gonna be back here tomorrow, right?
I'm not sure I'm gonna be back tomorrow, but.
Okay. All right. Well, I
Okay,
don't know.
so-
I mean, I don't know what I mean, we can get a legal opinion on it. And by that time, Councilwoman Castellino will be back anyway, so.
if
good idea.
if I make a motion to add this in tonight and it is legally a wrong decision, then we'll retract it. But I'd like to get it in tonight, especially because we have 3 people tonight and I know that Council President is not feeling well.
Councilwoman, I
So-
appreciate that sentiment, but I think what you're suggesting, while it may make sense to you, is not in conformance with state law. So I'm not going to do that. I'm not going to do it. We can come back here tomorrow with a legal opinion, and
We don't have
I
a
will
legal
drag
advisor.
myself in here to have this vote. I am not going to do something that I firmly believe, based on 15 years of experience on the council, is improper. Is there anything else? Anything else? Just to follow up on this, I am not feeling well. But I wanted to come in tonight to get the Citizens Budget Advisory Board and try to move this forward. But I'm just felt worse and worse during the evening, so we'll see about tomorrow. I'll let you know if I can do it tomorrow, but if this is something we need to do, I will come in.
What time we scheduled? All that, third,
11 o'clock,
11 o'clock.
11 to 3.
So. Well, the Council President, just so for purposes of the emergency, we'll have to inform Ms. Kaczynski as early as possible, and hopefully you feel better, and hopefully you're going to be here. But if not, if you want us to do that tomorrow morning, just let us know. Just call me Call me as early as you want. And
Okay, well, I think, Councilwoman Rudin, made it clear that she thinks that we should get a legal opinion.
Yeah, I will do that too.
Okay,
I will get that. I will send out an email tonight to our legal team and.
I don't really trust our legal team to give us advice. I'm sorry.
Somebody else on,
I-
yeah.
I understand, but
I was gonna.
We are-
I could send it to Mr. Burke, who represents them.
we have a supermajority here tonight with 2 out of 3. And if this vote becomes invalid, then it becomes invalid. But I'd like to,
Councilwoman, the supermajority would be all 3 voting, and the council president has already indicated he's not gonna vote for it, so you don't have the
Yeah.
majority as it is.
do we need a supermajority or a simple majority?
No, to add, you need it to be a 3-0 vote. It has to be 3-0. That's what we followed all week, was 3-0. That was the advice given to us by Ms. Carnival. We followed 3-0 vote to add back, 2-1 to take away. So that we followed that all week. Correct me if I'm wrong. You've been monitoring, because we did some add backs.
But they were 3-0.
It had to be 3-0. So.
And the add backs were to the existing budget items. You're adding a new item to the budget. So that's gonna be the question that I will ask for Lee.
We added back 1,450 to page 79 and 80. It was 3-0 on consent. We added, this was on the 4th, we added 4,000 to pages 93 and 94. It was a 3-0 vote. As far as when I've been covering, those are the 2 additions that I have, but that's what we've been going by.
like I said, if this is something that's important to do tomorrow, then I'll come back in, but I'd really like to go now, please. A motion to adjourn,
Second?
Second,
all in favor?
Aye.
aye.
Aye. Consent,
Yes.
I finally got it.
Good
Aye.
night.
Consent.